Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Here.
Councilmember Laloie?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Here.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Here.
Councilmember Guetta?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Vang?
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I'm here. Thank you. Tonight we have, among many important items, an important presentation, our workforce. So I'd like to ask Christina Pallone if she's on the Zoom here, if she would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag
Of the United States
States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty
and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for leading and leading. Let us begin tonight with a special presentation recognizing Enrique Hernandez on his retirement. I turn it over to Vice Mayor Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have Enrique on the line here someplace?
Yes, you do.
Yes, we do. So Enrique, congratulations. Number one, we're all jealous. But number two, we truly want to thank you for all the work you've done. You are an exemplar of what a wonderful community servant should be. You take care of your neighborhood, you take care of your Little League. I've never heard you say no to anything, and I've always seen you step up when something was needed. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of District 5, where you live, on behalf of Airport Little League, which I know you've been involved with for decades, right? And just say that we will dearly miss you and appreciate everything that you have done for the city. And I'm sure that you will continue to do in your hours in retirement. And we just wish you well.
Thank you so much, Councilman Chenier.
There you are.
Enrique, do you want to make a speech?
No, I do not, sir.
And this is why we love him. He's just always been about the work. And
That's right. That's right. And
so thank you.
it was an absolute pleasure working there for so many years. The city has come so far, just what I've seen in my short career. But as you all know, the illegal dumping is still a really hot item. And that's kind of something I kind of always wished I would have conquered a little bit more, but it's just really tough, really tough.
Yeah, but you made a great contribution. And
Maybe we'll name one of the claws after you, Enrique.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, Enrique, do you want to introduce is that your family with you?
This is my wife, Martha, one of my granddaughters.
Hi. Congratulations. You get grandpa back now full time.
All my other granddaughters are at cheerleading and in football practice. So
Great. Well, again, we just appreciate everything you've done for the city. I know you've given it your heart and soul, and we'll try to keep it up without you.
no problem. Thank you so much, Councilman Chenier. Thank you, Mayor, and the entire city staff. I worked with a lot of you. There is some new city councilman members that I haven't got a chance to work with, and I didn't, but I know you guys will keep the team going.
Absolutely.
Sure will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye now.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good way to start. Members, let's go to the consent calendar. Any items members want discussed separately or voted on separately?
Mayor, I'll move consent.
All right, moved by Councilmember Guetta, seconded by
Councilmember Jennings.
Councilmember Jennings. Is there any public testimony, Madam Clerk?
I have no public testimony on the consent calendar.
All right, let's call the roll then, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. All right, that's the shortest consent calendar in 5 years. Excellent. Thank you. Let's now move to the heart of the agenda, very important agenda tonight. Item 9. This is the 2021 to 2029 housing element. Who's leading on this presentation?
I am Mr. Mayor. This is Greta Seuss, an associate planner in long range planning.
Ms. Seuss, good to see you. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Can you see my screen
Yes.
correctly? Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Greta, Associate Planner in Long Range Planning. I'm here to present to you the 2021 to 2029 housing element. Tonight, staff is asking that City Council adopt a resolution approving a negative declaration for the housing element and a resolution adopting the housing element. As you know, the housing element is our city's 8-year housing strategy. It's our city's plan for how it will accommodate our fair share of the regional housing need. It's an element of the general plan, but unlike the general plan, which has a 20-year timeframe, the housing element has an 8-year planning period. There are a lot of requirements in state law for what needs to be addressed in the housing element, and it must be reviewed and certified by the state for compliance with state law. The document is organized into several main chapters summarizing our 8-year housing strategy and includes all the more technical data and analysis used to inform the housing element in 9 separate appendices. The 2 main components of the housing element are the inventory of sites to accommodate our regional housing need and the goals, policies, and programs that provide direction for implementing our housing goals. Tonight, I'll review key changes to the implementation programs from the revised HCD review draft. City staff conducted extensive outreach to inform the development of the housing element. The housing element and revisions to the draft reflect this engagement throughout the update process. There have been numerous forms of engagement, both citywide and with specific stakeholder groups, through working groups, focus groups, and stakeholder meetings on a variety of topics, such as anti-displacement, affordable housing requirements, and universal design and accessibility. Citywide outreach was conducted early on in the development of the housing element via the community plan area workshops in the fall of 2020, and a citywide workshop on the draft housing element was opened from January 25th through March 1st, allowing 5 weeks for public participation on the draft. More details on outreach conducted up to the release of the draft housing element can be found in Chapter 2 and Appendix 8. Staff has released several versions of the draft housing element to the public since the publishing of the public review draft housing element in January of 2021. Staff visited the Planning and Design Commission in March with an HCD review draft that incorporated public comments on the public review draft. Staff then submitted this HCD review draft housing element in April per council direction to begin a 60-day review period by HCD staff to provide official comments on the draft. During this 60-day review period, staff submitted a revised HCD review draft to address initial verbal comments from HCD. And on June 7th, staff received an official comment letter from HCD, which staff has addressed through revisions to the document seen before you this evening. Throughout these revisions, city staff posted both track change and clean versions of the document on the project webpage. The majority of policy and program changes to the document were seen in March and were summarized in detail prior to submission to HCD, as shown in the example seen on the left of an April 6th staff report attachment. The final changes between the revised HCD review draft and the public hearing draft were also made in track changes and can be seen highlighted in yellow throughout the track change documents on the project webpage. One of the key components of the housing element is planning for the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment is a state-required process that seeks to ensure cities and counties are planning for enough housing to accommodate all economic segments of the community. It's broken down by income level from very low income housing to above moderate income housing. The housing element planning period housing target is 45,580 housing units. If the city is to meet this target, we must produce about 5,700 units annually across all income levels. 2020 was our largest number of new housing units produced since 2006. However, even in this banner year, we were still 2,000 units short to meet our actual need. In response to HCD and stakeholder input, staff have made revisions to the site's inventory since the last time we presented these numbers in April. This final site's inventory shows that the city has sufficient capacity to meet our RHNA. While the above moderate income category shows a deficit, the surplus from the moderate income category is able to carry over to meet that need per state law. A lower income site surplus is a recommended approach from HCD to include as moderate or above moderate units are built on identified lower income sites throughout the planning period. The city must maintain an adequate number of sites across all income levels throughout the planning period. The housing element includes 8 goals that create the framework for how the city will address our housing needs. Within each goal section, the policies and implementation programs provide direction for how the city will achieve that goal. The goals, policies, and programs were developed with extensive community input and reflect the city's ambition to create equitable and inclusive neighborhoods and to construct a variety of housing types at all levels of affordability. The housing element implementation chapter is organized by implementation timeframe from short, medium, and long-term, and annual and ongoing. There are 49 programs total, and staff is committing to implementing many programs in the short term to increase housing production. I'll review some of the key implementation programs organized by the 8 goal sections to show the breadth of programs that have been developed. Goal 1 is to increase housing production. The key implementation programs to achieve this are developing a web-based housing development toolkit, considering further eliminating parking minimums and exploring instituting parking maximums along transit corridors, targeted infill infrastructure strategies, and construction skills educational alignment. For Program 8, analysis, community outreach, and coordination with the city's parking services division will be initiated in 2021. Recommended revisions to the Planning and Development Code's parking regulations will be presented to City Council for consideration in 2022. Goal 2 is to increase affordable and workforce housing production. Through the housing element, the city is committing to reviewing and evaluating the existing mixed income housing ordinance and considering amendments to the ordinance with the goal of increasing the amount of affordable housing built in the city while ensuring the requirements don't pose a constraint to overall housing production. Evaluated changes will include the consideration of a mandatory inclusionary housing component, and the economic feasibility analysis will begin in 2021. In Program H3, the city is also committing to annually exploring new funding sources for affordable housing. Among other programs, the housing element also commits the city to receiving the state's pro-housing designation, examining additional financing options for affordable housing, utilizing surplus public lands for affordable housing, supporting housing for extremely low-income households, and supporting innovations in construction technology. Goal 3 is to promote accessory dwelling units and facilitate the construction of at least 600 accessory dwelling units by 2029. As part of the housing element, the city is committing to developing an online ADU toolkit with resources and educational materials, including permit-ready ADU plans for Sacramento residents that will be ADA accessible and vary in square footage to accommodate a variety of ADU options. The city is also committed to identifying potential funding sources and community partners to develop and implement a financial assistance program for affordable ADUs. Goal 4 is to advance equity and inclusion in housing. To achieve this, the housing element includes programs to invest in historically underserved communities, work with community-based organizations and communities at risk of displacement to support collective ownership models, research best practices to reducing housing barriers for formerly incarcerated individuals, and promote compliance with existing state laws regarding affirmative marketing through education and outreach. Related to this goal, the housing element contains a policy to take meaningful actions to allow for a greater array of housing types throughout the city to create more inclusive and equitable neighborhoods and to affirmatively further fair housing. Although the housing element describes how allowing a greater array of housing types throughout the city helps meet these state requirements to affirmatively further fair housing and includes a policy about expanding housing types throughout the city, the housing element does not implement these changes. Changes to the allowed housing types in single unit and duplex zones would be enacted through 2 steps. One is the adoption of the 2040 general plan anticipated for May of 2022, and a subsequent update to the Planning and Development Code anticipated for consideration by City Council in the fall of 2022. The next major milestone for the 2040 general plan is the release of the draft documents for public review, anticipated for November. The draft 2040 general plan will include policies related to the implementation of this key strategy. More details on this topic are available at the recently updated FAQ at sac2040gpu.org. Goal 5 is to protect residents from displacement. To achieve this, the housing element includes a program to review the Tenant Protection Act ordinance and consider changes that would strengthen the effectiveness of the ordinance prior to the current sunset date in December of 2024. Additional programs include the continued provision of fair housing services to tenants and landlords, reviewing and evaluating the feasible implementation and impacts of the rent escrow account program, first-time homebuyer programs, and researching and identifying best practices for rental assistance. Goal 6 is to preserve the existing housing stock. The housing element includes a program to continue the implementation of the rental housing inspection program, including identifying ways to improve the education and outreach for the program, and a program to provide grants for low and very low income homeowners for emergency repairs and or accessibility modifications to their homes. Goal 7 is to prevent the occurrences of homelessness and address the housing needs of people experiencing homelessness. The housing element includes a variety of policies to guide the city in addressing the homelessness crisis. However, the housing element is not intended to serve as a comprehensive homeless plan. Thus, the housing element calls for the city to develop a local homeless action plan and to develop meaningful metrics to understand the impact of different programs on helping to address the homelessness crisis. The policies and programs under this goal are supportive of the council's recently adopted comprehensive siting plan. Goal 8 is to increase accessible housing. In addition to implementation of the reasonable accommodation ordinance and funding for accessible, affordable housing units, the housing element contains a program to review and update the universal design ordinance and provide clarification on how and when the ordinance is applied. Several modifications were made to the implementation programs in response to HCD comments. First, more specificity was added where possible in the timeline and objectives of programs. Second, a place-based lens was incorporated into programs to encourage community revitalization. Next, 2 programs were added. Program H21 was added to comply with state law to establish procedures for granting priority water and sewer service to developments with lower income units. And program H22 was added to ensure implementation programs are meeting their identified objectives. The city will review the progress of the implementation programs in meeting their stated objectives and recommend adjustments to implementation programs that are not on track to meeting their stated objectives by the winter of 2024. Last, some programs were modified. Program H2 Housing Development Toolkit was modified in response to HCD comments to include resources to facilitate affordable housing developments on large sites. Program H32 Affirmative Marketing Education was modified from establishing an ordinance to focusing on education of existing state law. And program H47 Preserve Existing Supply of Affordable Housing was combined with another similar program and had more details added to address current state law. As stated previously, all changes since the revised HDD review draft can be found in yellow highlight throughout the track change versions of the documents on the project webpage. In addition to these modifications, minor modifications were recommended from the Planning and Design Commission to Policy 1.4 and Program 19. These modifications are to facilitate infill housing development throughout the city and include infill development in Program 19, Affordable Housing Educational Campaign. This program was also moved up in the implementation timeframe to 2022. Again, staff is requesting that City Council adopt a resolution approving the negative declaration for the 2021 to 2029 housing element and a resolution adopting the housing element. Upon adoption of the housing element, staff will submit the housing element for HCD review and certification. This concludes my presentation. I'm joined by our housing element project team with representatives from Ascent Environmental and SHRA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greta. Ascent Environmental, never heard of them before. They were our consultants last week for the comprehensive siting plan. Did such a great job. So welcome back. Welcome back once again. We do have, I think, 3 people who have signed up from the public to comment on this, and then we'll turn it to the City Council. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. My first speaker is Liz Lauren Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the Council. Liz Loran Williams calling in today on behalf of the Downtown Sacramento Partnership. Downtown Partnership would like to commend the city for the significant undertaking of updating the City of Sacramento 2021-29 housing element. The Downtown Partnership also appreciates the opportunity to participate in the development of the document through our involvement with the Housing Policy Working Group. The housing element presents key objectives to create an environment that promotes housing production and private sector investment in Sacramento. With that in mind, we urge you to continue to take steps to ensure that housing investments are met with a regulatory culture that supports production for all types of housing at all incomes. High fees can be a deterrent to growth and investment in communities. The recent North State BIA study demonstrated that comparable fee burdens for housing in the Sacramento region are nearly twice as high, as much as $40,000 in additional fees for homebuyers. An increase in the impact fees or new requirements may have a deleterious impact on overall housing production and access in the future. For example, modifications to the mixed income housing ordinance must carefully analyze the possible constraints to housing production and should not conflict with the overarching goals of the housing element. Sacramento has made significant strides to streamline residential development while creating an environment that promotes housing production and private sector investment. But we can and must do more to ensure quality of life for all Sacramentans. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cornelius Burke.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Cornelius Burke with the North State Building Industry Association. We are the voice of the home building industry. Our members build the housing that's called out for in the housing element. First and foremost, I want to thank the city staff. The BIA served on the housing working group, and I just want to applaud Greta, Matt, Tom Pace, Greg Sandlin, and the whole entire planning department for this great housing element. We support a lot of the policies in the housing element, particularly the policies that relate to increasing supply of housing. That's the only way for us to get out of this housing crisis. And also policies such as speeding up the land use approval process and speeding up the building permit approval process. That would help us achieve the goals called for in the housing element. One area that we're staunchly opposed to, which is called for in the housing element, is a review of the mixed income housing ordinance. Inclusionary zoning will kill the Sacramento housing market. Please do not require on-site inclusionary units. That would set us back. We made great strides in this housing element. The mixed income housing ordinance, if strengthened, will hurt the city and will not allow us to achieve our goal of addressing the housing crisis. Thank you so much for the engagement and the ability to provide feedback and comments on the housing element.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is M. Coulter.
Yeah, can I be heard? So affordability, diversity, and homeownership opportunities are themes that are echoed in both support and opposition comments to this draft housing element. The question is whether this draft housing element will address any of those concerns. And unfortunately, the answer seems to be no. Rather than provide affordable housing or home ownership opportunities, provisions of the housing element will create gentrification and displacement, reducing the diversity of Sacramento's neighborhoods. The housing element calls for putting more market rate housing and above market rate rentals in less affluent neighborhoods. This will decrease the amount of currently more affordable housing, which will cause displacement. The housing element still indicates that upzoning to densify existing neighborhoods should be considered, ignoring the fact that upzoning will decrease single-family housing stock available for would-be homeowners. The housing element offers no mechanism to protect existing neighborhoods, including single-family neighborhoods with significant home ownership by people of color. Some city council members and planners are in serious denial about the diversity of existing Sacramento neighborhoods and the fact that people of all economic and racial groups want the stability of less urbanized single-family housing and neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are the backbone of any community, and the city should be ensuring that all neighborhoods have safe streets, good schools, and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is PJ. Next speaker is PJ. Please unmute.
Hi, my name is PJ, he, him. I think it's abundantly clear that we cannot depend on developers only interested in their own profits to get us to where we need to be in order to provide enough housing for all Sacramento. As such, we need to build government housing adequately funded for upkeep and to ensure that low-income housing goals are met. Government housing works when local electeds are not bought off by developers. All over this country, government housing has been allowed to fall into disrepair in order to ensure the ability of developers to point to it as a failure and why they are the only solution. Pardon my French, but that's bullshit. If government kept up the properties instead of allowing these developer voices to gain an unsightly foothold, then we wouldn't have this issue of negative appearance of government housing. But that requires electeds to care more for their constituents than themselves. I would also ask that we reinstitute the 15% affordable housing requirements on all new private developments. The percentage into the housing fund was paltry and pathetic and a giveaway by members bought off by developer interests. I would also suggest a vacancy tax. I can't tell you how many units I've seen going unrented as owners try to maximize profit by starting out with a ridiculously high rent and dropping it $100 a month until they get to an amenable level. This takes housing off the market for months at a time. There are also many units around Sacramento which go unutilized because there is no motivation when an owner can just write off the lost income on their taxes and has no real concern for whether or not the unit is occupied. I personally know of at least 6 units in a 2-block radius of which that have been vacant for a year and 4 of which been vacant for nearly 7 years. Neither of these owners is motivated whatsoever because they aren't being hurt by the lack of rental income when they can just write off the loss on taxes. This does our community a disservice in all of these situations. And lastly, I would like to encourage the city to get rid of exclusionary zoning. which has long been an aspect of class, racial, and ethnic segregation across this city and this country. Inclusionary housing is the best way to move forward. We are tired of white flight and their low intensity zonings as a result,
Thank you for your
and a way to keep their home values high while excluding lower incomes and minority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ansel Lundberg.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ansel Lundberg. I'm a homeowner and resident of District 5. I'm also a co-chair of House Sacramento, a local pro-housing group fighting for an end to our housing shortage and a more affordable, equitable, and sustainable Sacramento. I want to call today on behalf of House Sacramento to express our support for the city's final housing element document. We have been engaged for a long time now on this process through public working groups and workshops, as well as a member of the city's housing policy working group. We believe the final document contains proposed policies that will increase affordability, affirmatively further fair housing, and help meet the city's housing goals for the next 8 years. We can no longer maintain the exclusionary nature of neighborhoods that are zoned for low intensities, and we understand more discussions will be had on that subject during the general plan update process. The housing strategy will ensure Sacramento has room to grow in a way that keeps our neighborhoods healthy and affordable by policies such as limiting costly parking requirements and prioritizing affordable housing in all our neighborhoods. So that concludes my comments, and I do again appreciate working with staff, including Greta and others on this document, and we wish swift approval by the state, and we're looking forward to being a part of implementing the policies in this document. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Holden.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Holden. I'm a resident of District 5, and I have concerns about some of the information that I have read in the housing element itself. And I have a request that the council not accept the negative declaration for the environmental impact review as a part of the Planning and Design Commission process of the housing element. Looking over the site inventory and going through it parcel by parcel and examining where parcels are, there are some clusters in residential areas that may be causing secondary or might cause secondary environmental impacts to new residents and existing residents. So I'm thinking it's a little hasty and that we need to go back and we need to especially look into the clusters of our vacant and underutilized lots that are mentioned in the housing element. I have another concern, which is for our RHNA, 44% of our RHNA goal is supposed to be in above moderate housing units. We need 44% when we've got a housing shortage and homelessness, and we need to provide housing for those who are below the moderate range. That number is very questionable to me. I also really question why 15.5% of our RHNA goal is going to be in infill in the south area alone. And that's Meadowview and North Laguna Valley High. Oak Park and East also takes a heavy hit of 10.4% of RHNA in infill. This does not sound like a plan to move lower resource people into higher income neighborhoods. It sounds like a plan to move higher income residents into lower resource neighborhoods, which is gentrification. Please vote no on the negative declaration, as well as the housing element as it is in its current draft. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kendra Lewis. Next speaker is Kendra Lewis. Please unmute.
Hello, my name is Adriel Coro. I am the Policy Director of the Sacramento Housing Alliance. First, would like to really commend city staff and council in producing a housing element that really has the potential to address and begin to address our housing need in the city of Sacramento. I want to particularly thank Greta Susan, Matt Hurdle, and just the entire team on producing an element with many progressive programs. We sent a letter earlier today with specific recommendations to ensure that this element meets statutory requirements and response to the needs in the community, including addressing some of the selected parcels that need to be amended to make sure that they can adequately meet the lower income arena, as well as the need to include comprehensive actions to affirmatively further fair housing outside of collecting in lieu fees. We're asking for council direction to direct staff to continue to work with the Sacramento Housing Alliance to make sure we meet some of the amendments that we submitted in a letter submitted earlier today. Again, we commend staff and council, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is William Walker. William Walker, will you unmute?
I inadvertently raised my hand. I did not want to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jerry Ray.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Gary Ray Gray. I live in District 7. I support the housing element and hope the county council will adopt the housing element. Still, I perused the written comments submitted by the council to the council and noted that many letters oppose the housing element, almost all consistent of standardized opposition text. Many of those opposed to the housing element are homeowners who reside in neighborhoods of single-family homes, many of them in the most affluent areas of Sacramento. Anyone who has participated in a next-door discussion on this issue is very well aware of the high level of opposition from homeowners in these affluent neighborhoods. When I examined the actual housing element document, I could understand why so many homeowners could be opposed. The vast majority of photographs in the document were of large, ultra-modern apartment buildings that are obviously not appropriate for single-family lots. There were just a couple of photos of very high-end townhome developments. Again, I expect the city doesn't expect such housing in an empty lot in Land Park. What's missing from the document are photographs of duplexes of the type that are cited on most corners of Pocket Greenhaven. These duplexes are designed to be architecturally compatible with the particular neighborhoods, and there's no reason why this type of duplex cannot be built on non-corner lots. I've compared the price of pocket duplexes to single-family homes, and the duplexes are $100,000 to $150,000 less than a single-family home. That results in a house payment that is $600 less than which is a housing cost that is significant to lower-income families. Such duplex housing could fit quite well in the affluent neighborhoods who are afraid of having 50-unit apartments next to their home. I highly suggest the city council focus on duplexes and utilize their public outreach for those affluent neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Herman Barahona.
Yes, good afternoon, members of City Council. This is Herman Barahona with United Latinos and the Sacramento Environmental Justice Hub. I really understand that there's definitely some very powerful challenges facing the issue of equity in housing. It's very clear in this county who's really influencing City Council. We are, and our folks that work in the service industry or in marginalized communities have to commute long hours from their home to their schools to their jobs, and increasing the volume of affordable housing by having inclusionary zoning policies would really alleviate the pain that many families are facing to even raise their child just because they have to commute from very far places. The other thing is that South Sacramento is highly impacted by all kinds of environmental issues. All of you are very well aware that South Sacramento does not have any federal regulatory air quality monitors. So you're going to need to focus the concentration of affordable housing, not just in South Sacramento, but all over the county, all over the city, especially in the areas where we can do this duplexes and different kinds of approaches to desegregate the community. I strongly urge you to consider these and to also make sure that we actually meet the RENA requirements, which counties all over the state are failing to meet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Richard Harrison, and Richard is the last speaker on this item.
Hello, Council, Mayor and Council. Richard Harrison, District 3. Richard Harrison, District 3. Hello, Mayor and Council. I urge the Council to vote against this proposed change to the housing element. It will not achieve the stated goal of increasing quality housing for lower or middle income people. The proposal paves the road to having more density primarily through rental properties. The proposal erodes the integrity of single-family neighborhoods for the benefit of builders and developers. Plus, there is no real mechanism in this proposal to increase the number of affordable homes for first-time buyers. This is not an issue of segregation or inclusivity, but the problem here is economic, and the city needs to work with the state and federal government to bring funding in to increase the number of smaller sized homes for first-time buyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That's the last caller.
That's correct. I have no more callers on this item.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, members of the public, for calling in. It will not be your last opportunity to comment on any of the individual items recommended within this plan, as you know. Let's turn it over to the members of the City Council. I have comments, but I'm going to hold off. I'm going to start with Councilmember Valenzuela, Councilmember Vang, Councilmember Harris, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, Vice Mayor Chenier, Councilmember Guetta.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everybody, for calling in. I am really excited about this housing element and some of the innovative practices that are outlined here. I mean, when you read this document, they're talking about community ownership of parcels. I mean, they're talking about really thinking outside of the box about how to increase the number of units without sprawling into green space, opening up affordability conversations, just a lot of really amazing products. And I really commend the planning team for what they've done here today. I wanted to make a quick note because I know a lot of us got some emails today with the chart that seemed to show where housing units would go according to the estimate on vacant land and underutilized parcels. And I just wanted to make sure it was super clear that that's based on current land use and zoning. That's based on what we have right now. That in order to increase housing in these high opportunity areas while preventing gentrification, we would need to implement some of the strategies that are in this document, including the changes to R1 zoning. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was super clear. So just like our comprehensive siting plan, this is not the end, but what this does do is jumpstart all these policy conversations about ordinances and zoning changes. And so the two things that I'm really interested in seeing addressed before we get to the zoning changes next year, the affordability and displacement protections elements of this, as well as the parking elements of this. Living in the central city, we have been the test bed for eliminating parking requirements. I support the policy, but it takes a certain level of nuance to do that without totally impacting the community around it and the businesses who need access to spaces. And I'm really looking forward to continuing the conversations we've started with Matt Ironman and his team on that. I've also flagged for the Housing Policy Working Group continuing discussion on other ideas, including the vacant land and units, different ways to bring those into use, either through incentives or requirements or taxes. There's a lot of really great work happening in other jurisdictions on this that I'd love to see us try to bring in. And I really think that regional transit needs to be a part of that working group. And so that's one direction to staff I'd like to include is to, since transportation is so intrinsic to us doing this well, especially the elimination of the parking requirements, I think they should have a seat at the table as we continue those discussions. So with all of that, I do want to move this housing element forward and open and close the public hearing and move it forward. But I would like to make a slight adjustment in terms of public direction. First, just to make super clear, I think it's already in there that we'll continue to engage with stakeholders like the SAC Housing Alliance, like a lot of folks who called in today in the process as we move forward. But I'd also like to add direction really to the treasurer and to the city team to look at public banking. as something that we could do in Sacramento. So this is something that's come up from a lot of developers I've talked to and property managers. Part of the reason that some of them are issuing rents and for sale prices at really high rates is because commercial lenders know the market in Sacramento, and they're asking for a rate of return that matches what the market can handle. And so they feel like they're getting pressure from their lenders to ask for the highest price that they think they can get in order to deliver that return to those lenders. And I think having a public bank in play to really help facilitate more housing development and more financing of housing development would really help take that pressure off the table, take profit out of the equation to a certain degree, and really help us finance more housing development with our development partners that is available then at a lower rate than we're currently seeing in places like the Central City. So that's my motion, is to move forward the housing element with direction on public engagement and direction to staff to initiate conversations about a public bank in Sacramento.
Right, thank you very much, Councilmember Valenzuela. I'm sure there'll be a second for the motion. Let's turn it next to Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who called in, whether you are support or opposed of the housing element. Really appreciate you all really just bringing your voices to the table. Also want to say thank you to city staff and Greta just for your hard work on the housing element and staff's progressive strategies to ensure that we have enough housing moving forward. I just had just a question. In addition to creating a greater array of housing so that we can meet state requirement, I wanted to know what we're currently doing now to actually protect the affordable housing we do have. I do see that in goal 6 we touch upon this, and I'm wondering if you could speak on this in particular, because what I've heard from advocates and members in my community is that one of the most cost-effective approaches for ensuring availability of affordable rental housing is to preserve the ones that we do have. And when I read the housing element, it was stated that around 1,200 subsidized affordable housings is at risk in terms of converting to market rate. And so wanted to just kind of understand, and this question is kind of, it's for Greta, but maybe Danielle as well, of right now, in this moment, how are we actively protecting the affordable housing that we do have?
Hi, Councilmember. I can take a first step at answering this question, and then I know we also have Christine Weichert from SHRA on the call. She might want to add to this. But we have a few programs in the housing element implementing our existing affordable housing preservation ordinance, asset repositioning of public housing, continuing to implement our rental housing inspection program for market rate affordable, more naturally affordable occurring homes, and then also an emergency repair program. So I can let, those are some of the programs that we have in the housing element, but I'm not sure if Christine would want to add or also now potentially.
Yeah, thank you, Greta. Yes, preserving affordable housing is very important to us. It's very high in our lending requirements, but also we enforce the city's preservation ordinance, which ensures that if any project is going to go to market rate that's currently affordable, that SHRA is given the opportunity to look for a new owner so it can stay affordable. We issue new bonds for those. We want to make sure that we keep the affordable stock that we have now. It's very important. And I think you're right. The RAD, what we're doing with public housing and repositioning all that to make sure it's around for the next 55 years, part of that policy as well.
Thanks. I appreciate that because I know some affordable housing definitely fall under SHRA, but there are also units outside of SHRA. And I was just wondering ways in which we're being proactive to make sure they don't fall to market rate, because I know some units are subsidized and there's an expiration date. And so just wanting to make sure that we're proactive with that. And so I know this is the beginning of a conversation, the policies that we're going to be working on, but just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to staff for your hard work and just really your progressive strategies on moving the city forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Vang. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a very important conversation. Of course, we have dire housing needs in the city of Sacramento, exacerbated by the Great Recession. And as we've worked to try to encourage developers to build more housing stock, we have run into, certain economic and societal roadblocks to do so. This housing element isn't really a roadmap for how to build housing in Sacramento, although some of the policies will be very useful. But economics determines an awful lot of what will happen. But what we do with this document is demonstrate to the state that we have capacity to meet our housing needs. And that is really the foundation of the document. I had an interesting discussion with planning staff the other day about affordability, which is, of course, a very hot topic. And it is my opinion that we can only get enough affordable units if many of them are not subsidized. So I'd like to ask Matt Hurdle or perhaps Danielle Foster, if she's online, about various strategies that we could employ, when we look at our mixed income housing ordinance, how we can actually incentivize affordability and get deed restriction, but without subsidy. Matt?
Yes, good evening, council member. Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, absolutely. We had created that housing streamlining and menu options and been working with the Housing Policy Working Group over about a year and a half or so on all kinds of different options to make housing more affordable by design, lower cost, and also incentivize the creation of regulated, more traditional affordable housing. One of the programs that has been quite effective, and we'll be reporting back to City Council on in the future, is the $0 impact rate, right? We heard from our developer and building friends about fees and what the city can do. Well, anytime anyone builds an affordable unit, we don't charge city-controlled impact fees, whether it's one unit or the entire project. So that's something that has certainly been helped. We're also seeing a lot more developers take advantage of a density bonus provision under state law. So essentially, if they provide 10% of the units as affordable or more, then they can get up to 4 concessions, things they can do like more height or more density, things that they can use. And we also, council approved the ministerial process for infill housing. And we've had 9 applications come through and get approved. And what that means is it's a streamlined process. You're exempt from CEQA and from the public hearing process. And the majority of units approved through that have been affordable units. So we're hearing really positive things from affordable housing community. But there are a number of other things that we'll be considering. And we're actually going to be doing a workshop with Law and Ledge here in September, talking about our ministerial process, the mixed income housing ordinance, next steps, if council approves the housing element tonight, as well as density bonus and other provisions and incentives that we can provide to encourage more affordable housing.
Thank you, Matt. Well, that'll be an interesting conversation indeed. I feel strongly that we need to move this housing element forward. And I'd like to thank our planning staff for all of their hard work and all of the community outreach they did to get this document over the finish line. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. I know we have a long agenda and this is a tough item. I do have a number of concerns, but I'll try to move through them as quickly as I can. Tom Pace, are you on the call there? Can you just queue up to be ready with me? I'm going to try to do these in order of my biggest concerns. Sorry, you guys can hear my little golden retriever puppy down there. First up is parking. I have an issue with this, and Councilmember Valenzuela, I'm going to ask you to consider a slight modification. I'm fine with the language that says that we can reduce parking requirements along transit corridors, but they need to be existing, because here's what happens. Developers come into an area like mine where there's a future transit line, but it's not built and there's no funding for it and there's no plan for it. And then they don't build enough parking with their project. And then they over rely on burdening parking in other parts of the community, in the other area, or in front of a shop or a store. And that doesn't work. You're not reducing the number of cars. You have just as many cars, but now they're displacing everyone else and creating an issue. So what I would like to just add one word, if possible, that the transit corridors must already be in place or established transit corridors. Obviously, if it's going to be built next month, great, that's established. But some of these go on for decades without being built and maybe never get built. And I don't want there to be a situation where the cars are overcrowding and creating an issue. So maybe you can comment on that, Councilmember Valenzuela, if you would accept that modification.
Sure, and I'd love clarification from Tom. I see you joined us. Hi, Tom. Like, is the current rule that it has to be an existing corridor, or is that not the practice?
Currently, we do require parking in most areas of the city based on the proximity to the transit facilities that we have. We don't currently require that the facility be in place. And so that would be a change from the current requirement.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that amendment.
Okay.
Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay, and then Tom, while you're with me, I just want to make sure people understand this, because we got, in fairness, we got a lot of support for the single family residential zoning changes. We also got a lot of people who are concerned. Those are always the most difficult votes to take, because I really am so grateful for everyone's participation in the process. But I also want as many people as possible to feel like part of that movement forward. And so I want to say a couple things about it, but I also want Tom to just make it really clear that tonight's vote is not the final vote. It's not even really the most important vote. In my humble opinion, having been on this council for 11 years, the most important vote on this issue, if you're taking advice from me, listeners, is the design component. When we get to the design review and the process for designs, that's going to be the most important stage of this, in my opinion. But Tom, could you just reiterate that this process is not finalized tonight on the single family residential zoning?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, that's correct. There is still quite a bit of work to be done, both on additional policies that are being worked on in other parts of the general plan, which will come before the council in the spring of next year. And then the final implementation pieces, as you were indicating, would be ordinances to revise zoning regulations, which would follow that. So there's still quite a bit of additional steps and additional decision points for city council to come.
Okay, great. And I just want to encourage people who are engaged to stay engaged and continue to be in that process. I think that you will, folks that are concerned about it, I think many of you will find opportunities to really impact this moving forward as we get closer through the general plan and through the design process. And then I want to say that on votes like this too, I think it's really important that we are 8 distinct council districts, because these things, and we have to really speak for our district. So, I mean, I've heard from a lot of people in the city, but not really my own district. And there's a reason for that, because in my own district, we already do this. Natomas was master planned to be a mix of housing styles. There are a ton of high density units and duplexes and triplex, all of that. There are, out here, we have what's called a 6-pack. That's 6 houses that share one driveway. I mean, it's just already exists here so much that people, it's not going to be a huge change. There's also a lot of HOAs and CC&Rs in place out here. And so to the very few people that have reached out to me, their only question has been, which is the final rule, HOA, CC&R, or the city? The answer is the HOA, unless the state takes a position, as they have done on like accessory dwelling units. So if the state's 2 pieces of legislation come through, then that's an issue that people need to take up with the state. But at the city level, this doesn't change HOA rules and restrictions, and CC&Rs give you an opportunity to work with your neighbors as well. So I just want folks to know that I really haven't heard from District 1 people in a negative way on this, and I think it's because of the level of density out here. The next issue for me is the trees. The tree advocates have been asking for an urban forest master plan for quite some time. We're late on it, probably just because of COVID, but they have been told 2 different things. 1, Mayor, that it's included with your climate action plan, and I think it partially is. And 2, that it's going to be included in this general plan. So I don't really need the answer today, but I just need folks to understand that that needs to be included. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Valenzuela to include that in her motion too, just to make sure that staff are working with the advocates. There is a stakeholder advisory group to the urban forestry plan, that group is included and that they get that plan in this process somehow, whether it's through the mayor's climate action process or through the general plan. But that is a very important equity portion of this environmental justice discussion. So Councilmember Valenzuela, are you okay with that as well?
Yeah, and to refine, and sorry, you keep triggering additional questions for me with your additional points. There's an environmental justice element that is going to be included in the final general plan. And so my understanding was that the tree plan was coming forward soon. Tom, do you have like a timeline for that? I'm happy to add that to my motion.
I don't have the latest status on that. That's being handled by our urban forestry group. So I'm sorry, I don't have an update on the status of it.
Okay, that's fair. So yeah, I'm happy to say that there should be, and sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, you said like the
No,
draft
it's
plan should
fine.
be
It's a
out in
good
time.
question. You know, it's right. It's right. That's you're going down the right road there, Councilmember Valenzuela. I just think that they've been told like it'll be with this part, it'll be with that part, and then it doesn't come. So I figure if we add it into the vote tonight, I didn't was going to jam city staff because I knew they didn't have that answer, but it's good if we add it, then we have something to lean back on and say you said you would do it as one of these two components. So that's good enough for me if it's okay with you. All right. And then I think the last issue for me here is well, one thing I did ask specifically the mayor, and I asked Tom Pace, you and your team, to include in your stakeholder group Kevin and Todd from the Building and Trades Association because they really want to be a part of it. And they were never included in any stakeholder group. They were met with singularly twice, but never with other stakeholders. There's an important component about combining your stakeholders so that they hear each other's points of view. And so between now and the next time that this comes to us in the spring, I know I would really like to encourage you to put those stakeholder groups together because we really want to make sure that what we ultimately adopt includes some input from them and they need to hear from each other. That's how we move forward. You don't want to just have all the different groups separated. The affordable housing component, I know it's in here as a study and research piece and then come back to us. And the sort of goal is make it a priority. I'm not opposed to making affordable housing a priority, but I want to be really careful that it's not an automatic trigger. And I'm going to give you an example. Hopefully Councilmember Laloe is okay with this. If you get the opportunity to have market rate or high-end condos on the boulevard, you need to take it because that's what the boulevard needs. I know the city as a whole needs affordable housing, but Del Paso Heights and the boulevard needs high-end housing. And this is true all throughout our city where the need might be somewhat different. And so I want to make sure, and I know this isn't no change or no add here, this is just my direction to city staff, as you review that policy and you come back to us with your recommendation, make sure you think about how a triggered policy can be inadequately administered in different districts and how it could take a community like District 2 that's fighting and clawing for some of those investment opportunities and make it more difficult for them. I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to do that. And 1 second, Mayor, I think I'm good. I think that's all I need. Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela, for accepting those two changes. And Tom, thank you for explaining the process and that this isn't the end of the road. And I'm really appreciative of city staff. These updates are always really difficult. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple things. First of all, Greta and all your folks behind you, thank you for doing this. It's really comprehensive, really good job. And I know you did a really super job on the outreach because we have, as the Pro Tem said, gotten lots and lots and lots of emails. So people are engaged and that's always the first step. Just two things. One is I just want to support Councilwoman Valenzuela on the need to have transportation at the table. It's critically important for us to reach our goals because it's not just about the housing, it's also about our air quality and all the other pieces. All these things come together, as you well know. So want to make sure that we have that at the table. And we now have a regional transit organization that just won its second regional transit or Transit Association of the Year award from APTA. So we've got the right people in the right places. Let's take advantage of that. The only thing, and Councilmember Valenzuela, this is one I'm going to ask you as well to put in some direction. When you talk about workforce housing, there's no real definition of it here, and it doesn't really account, I think, for families, unless I'm missing something here. So what I'd like to do, and this is actually on page 24 of the report, not of the staff piece, but actually of the element itself. You talk about increasing affordable and workforce housing production. I don't have the exact words, but what I'd like it to be, we need 2 bedrooms. We need 2 bedrooms plus for a lot of families in workforce. And I want to make sure that we call that out. So it's not just for studios or 1 bedrooms. So Councilwoman, if you're okay adding that in, we can maybe ask Greta to develop the language on that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, that's really all I have. I think it's a great job. I know we've got a long way to go and lots of other opportunities. Appreciate all the outreach you've done and appreciate all the calls and letters that we've gotten. Again, people need to be engaged. This is our city and everyone should have a hand in what it looks like in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, Councilman Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mayor. A lot has been said already, so I'll focus on a couple items here. First, again, very much thank Greta and also Matt. It's not easy doing this type of outreach during the pandemic, and the fact that you all make yourself available during multiple hours of the day and trying to respond as much as possible, we greatly appreciate the extra time that you've taken to do that. And also, I want to also reiterate that we need to do more outreach on this. And so I know in our district, we'll continue to we have had some forums and webinars, and we'll try to do different venues to make sure that we're doing all of the education on the housing element, and even on the next item, which is the general plan and even the design standards as they come forward. This is something that only happens periodically, and so it's important to have folks engaged in this process. I will say thank you again for the inclusion of some very significant pieces to improve our commercial corridors, and the fact that they're outlined and called out with detail is important. Many parts of our city, because it was built out during an old highway system, face challenges along Franklin Boulevard, Northgate, Marysville Boulevard, Stockton Boulevard, and those commercial corridors have a significant challenge in reinventing themselves. Now, housing is a way to do that, but without the infrastructure and the appropriate resources to do that, it's hard to achieve those goals. So I want to thank the staff for making sure that was an important component of how we can do infill in a good way. This afternoon, we all voted unanimously to support a wonderful project that straddles both Councilmember Chenier, Vice Mayor Chenier's district and mine, Mercy Housing, which is workforce housing for families who are doing the works as teachers, as social workers, and that is an important element. We can't forget. It's not just affordable housing; it's for that in our workforce. It can't happen without some of the strategies in this housing element that have been called out, and specifically also the next step of using a specific plan. We hope that the efforts on Stockton Boulevard can lead us to help better and find ways and strategies to improve the rest of the city. The last piece I'll point out here in this housing element that I want to thank that was called out was Program H44 on the pre-apprenticeship and construction trade program. Meeting our housing goal isn't just about the land use decision. It's about the workforce actions and workforce choices we make as a city to ensure that we're providing not only housing supply that can help us address the issues and affordable housing that's subsidized that can help address the issues of housing. But if we don't address the wage issue, then we're never going to address our housing challenges. So the fact that we call out the very important need in this housing element on the construction trade piece and how we move forward on that aspect, I think we would have missed the boat. So I want to thank the staff for putting that finer point. And we'll talk more about that on the next coming items of the council meeting. So thank you again for staff on that. We're going to do more outreach and more public discussion about this, but we can't forget the last component, which is the wage aspect if we're going to address our housing challenges. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank the team for spending the time and creating this wonderful report. I truly appreciate all the hard work that has gone into this. I truly, truly want to thank my colleague, Council Member Ashby, for bringing up something that was purely common sense. And I thank you for that regarding the Del Paso Boulevard and that dynamic. So thank you so much for looking at this plan in its entirely, rather than one district or something to that effect. I've been receiving a lot of calls regarding the upzoning, and I had a good conversation yesterday with the planning staff, and I understand that today's vote is merely to get this rolling, and we're going to come and make decisions later on. I'm a little bit concerned that when things come on as far as land and let's build affordable housing, there's only a couple of districts that get thrown under the bus, and that being District 2 being one of them. And we've seen that, in some of the decision makings in previous administrations. So I'm a little bit concerned about, let's vote on this and then we'll get to the details later. So I would like to get some guidance on that voting on this and then we'll discuss the details later. What does that mean? Another colleague of mine that I respect tremendously, he made a statement that was, go slow to get to wherever you want to go to faster. So I just want to make sure that, we're not jumping the gun on something that's really not feasible for certain districts, but yet on paper, it looks really good. And at the end of the day, it creates a massive destruction of communities that are hurting currently. And also with the engagement that we've done, the calls that are coming on have been pretty much the activists and the advocates. Neither one of two entities' opinion should really hold that much water versus the residents of our city. So I want to ask the team, how many engagements were done that was exclusively the residents of a particular district or the residents of a particular community?
Councilmember Laloe, thank you for your questions. To the first question, the City Council has already voted and taken action to direct staff to pursue the various components of creating a greater variety of housing types in our single-family neighborhoods. That was done back in January. The vote here tonight doesn't change that, and it doesn't further it either. The real decision as far as whether to alter zoning in the future and under what parameters, to what degree, that is yet to come. So I hope that you can rest assured that you're not being asked to sort of vote on a rough concept with the details being left later. That's actually not the case tonight. To your second question, I think I would ask my staff who could provide more details on the number of outreach opportunities that were presented. But I would say that people who are passionate on either side of the issue generally are also residents of our city. They live in the different council districts. I don't know that we've gotten much comment from people who live outside the city other than from professional organizations. But as far as the vast majority of the commenters, I believe, are residents of our city. But perhaps my staff could speak to the specifics on the outreach.
Yeah, good evening, Councilmember. Happy to speak to that question. And so I think it's probably two parts. And from the comments that I've read and many that you've received, I think folks have the most interest in being part of the conversation and input on the general plan's key strategy of allowing a great array of housing types. And as Tom mentioned, I just want to reassure folks that we're a year and a half from any implementation. We have two key steps, and we are committed to extensive community outreach. We're actually using a grant from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments to do neighborhood level engagement. We're going to be working with a consultant. We're going to be setting a working group for this very specific thing. But since January, I personally have probably given 20 different neighborhood presentations. Anytime any neighborhood association or council member asks for me and our team to be there, we'll be there. We have a frequently asked questions document, and we're going to do more and more around that. So there's plenty of time for additional outreach. Now, in terms of the housing element process itself, we're very confident that we did everything we could to get from a variety of voices over the last year and a half, through large citywide virtual workshops, through specific 10 different community workshops in different regions of the city, and a number of different avenues and focus groups, et cetera. But I do think that when folks say, hey, we need more outreach and more time to talk about this, I think they're specifically talking about the 2040 General Plan Key Strategy. And absolutely, we will have plenty of time to have more discussions about it.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So as far as our vote is considered for tonight, what is the purpose of our vote if we're just continuing to doing more research and outreach? Why are we voting on this tonight when we should be voting on a final product, I guess?
Councilmember Loloe, the attention from a lot of folks is on that greater array of housing types issue in single family neighborhoods. That is not the focus of the housing element. And so the reason that the council is being asked to vote on the housing element tonight is so that we can be in compliance with state law, which requires us to have a state approved housing element in force, to show the state that we have, as Councilmember Harris said, adequate sites to accommodate the number of housing units that the state has indicated to us that we have to plan for, and also to adopt a wide range of policies and programs to further the city's housing goals. So all of those it's a much broader range of issues beyond the one issue that has garnered the greatest amount of attention, which is actually the one that is not the focus of tonight's action.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Tom. So pretty much tonight's vote is letting the state know that we're being proactive to move forward. No, a yes vote does not mean a yes on upzoning, a yes on affordable housing. We're just in the process to let the state know, correct?
Partially right. That's the yes vote on affordable housing is absolutely a part of tonight's vote. The housing element, a significant amount of the housing element is focused on affordable housing. And we do have a state mandate to plan for affordable housing and to approve affordable housing projects when they are proposed in ways that are consistent with the city's general plan and zoning regulations. So to that extent, affordable housing is definitely a part of the general plan and of the housing element.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to make a comment or two. And first of all, just add to the accolades and the thanks to the planning staff here, Greta, Matt, Tom, Greg, the entire team. This is a visionary and ambitious document. And what you've really laid out here are the variety of tools that are going to be available to us as policymakers to be able to achieve these numbers. So kudos to you. And no but to anything that you have done. But I just want to say I have been a longtime critic of the housing element process because it doesn't go far enough. There's no actual production requirement. As Tom Pace said a moment ago, it is a planning document. Cities, any city, including ours, so long as we plan for sufficient housing to get to the 45,000 plus number, then we have met the law. And not only is that not strong enough, but there is a practical political problem with the way we go about doing this. And it's this: even if the vast majority of residents in our city support more housing and more affordable housing, which I believe they do, it's easier for that same resident, any resident, to oppose any particular policy because there is no correlation between any of the particular strategies in this plan, controversial as they may be, and how that gets us actually closer to the 45,000 number or the 6,306 number for low income, or 10,463 for extremely low and very low income. And so what I want to suggest here is that we view this housing element as just the beginning of our analytic, strategic, and political work together to try to meet the housing goals. We started this last week, by the way, whether we see it this way or not, by passing this comprehensive siting plan around homelessness and then matching the presumed available dollars and committing ourselves to taking the next step to match the dollars with the sites and to then seek to meet the numbers. I hope that we could do the same thing with the overall housing element here. That I want to know, for example, with the controversial R1 zoning proposal, which I support, what difference that would actually meet in terms of production numbers. I understand that inclusionary is controversial. We heard passion on both sides here tonight. I hope the study will tell us whether or not it net increases the amount of affordable housing, or whether or not because of the economics, it decreases it. I don't think that will be the case, but I hope the study tells us that. Same with all of these other strategies. If we don't commit ourselves to actually meeting these thresholds as a matter of production, and then understanding how pulling the string and removing any of these strategies will hurt our ability to get to that place, then this is just a planning document. I mean, truth be told, I think people are, not my colleagues here on the council, but I think society in general is of mixed minds when it comes to this housing issue. As you heard me say in my State of the City address a month and a half ago, there is no right to housing in California or in Sacramento. I think that ought to change, because if we're serious about it, then it ought to be a legal right. And if there's a legal right, then some of these strategies are going to be necessities as opposed to options. But so long as everything is an option and we're not required to meet any kind of a production standard, well, then we can wax and wane on just how important building more housing and affordable housing really is. So I would hope that we would do something similar to what we did with the comprehensive homeless siting plan with the overall housing element, and connect the strategies, the money, to the anticipated increase in production. Mr. Pace, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, certainly. I think the funding, as is often the case with many issues, it comes down to funding. When we talk to our affordable housing developers, they're always looking for more funds to help subsidize new affordable housing. And when we talk to our market rate housing builders, they are looking for reductions in fees or other ways to, help them achieve the production numbers. And so both of those groups would say we could build more housing if there was more funding available.
Right, but wouldn't it be great if when the city council was debating the city budget at mid-year or in June every year, or when we have ARP money or CARES money, if we understood just how much additional production we could achieve based upon increments of potential investment and funding. We're never analytical about that. It's always project by project. And so I say, $100 million affordable housing trust fund, or mid-year, we say, we're going for 40, and it ended up being 31. Okay, that gets us going, and a lot of good projects are going to get funded, but it's not analytical. What you presented here is the beginning of something really analytical. I mean, and that's what the law requires, but it doesn't go that next step that actually tells us how to get to these numbers with these various strategies. And that's sort of what I long for. And I know it's a flaw in the state law, because I think the state law ought to be that cities are required to meet production standards, not just planning goals. But we can also go farther than the state law if we choose to do so. All right, thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela, I know you wanted to restate your motion just because there were some amendments and wanted to make sure that it was clear. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'm opening and closing the public hearing and moving the housing element forward with the following direction to staff. First, to continue engagement with stakeholders, including the SAC Housing Alliance, and to ensure, this is a slight addition, that our building trades partner and regional transit are included in the working group that has been convened, that we move forward with talking about a public bank in Sacramento to help fund housing development, that the tree ordinance that has been pending comes back and before the zoning changes move forward at the right timeline, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, no.
Urban Forestry Master.
Urban Forestry.
Not ordinance.
Master Plan, thank you. I knew there was a better title for it, thank you.
Thank you.
That the parking exemption for transit proximity should only happen where transit exists. And when we look at affordable and workforce housing, that it's not just studios and 1 bedrooms, but 2+ bedrooms to accommodate families. So that's my motion.
And that was seconded by?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, so my understanding from Councilmember Valenzuela is that one of her motions is for the city to play the role of banks for developers.
To explore that, to just explore it. It was no commitment. It was to look at, just to explore this as part of the study, just as we're studying all these other elements. So,
thank you.
Yeah, that's all. Okay, let's call the roll on the motion, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Since this is all about exploring, aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes. All right, that passes 9-0. Thank you again. Tremendous work from the city team and the beginning of even more important work. Thank you. Let us now scoot to the next item, if we might. Item 4, who's presenting on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jennifer Donlin Wyatt, your transportation planning manager. Can you all hear me okay? I am
Yes.
assuming. Okay, great.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. You all disappeared from my screen. My name is Jennifer Donlin Wyatt. I am your transportation planning manager, and I'm bringing before you tonight a proposed regulatory revision to shared rideables, and its scooting is included in that. With me tonight is Valerie Hermanson from my team, as well as Captain Brown from the police department and Matt Ironman from parking. In September of 2020, we presented to you an update on shared rideables, and you gave us some direction to address some key issues. Staff developed recommended revisions based on your direction, took those recommendations to the Active Transportation Commission, the Disabilities Advisory Commission, and to Law and Ledge. There we go. Council directed staff to address greater equitable outcomes, revise the fee structure, incentivize bikes to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled, and to manage parking issues. Additionally, staff have a number of recommended administrative changes that we're recommending. The changes the recommended changes are fully detailed in your staff report. This evening, I'm going to highlight some key topics. The first topic is greater equitable outcomes. There are a number of recommendations to achieve greater equitable outcomes. I'm going to highlight 3. The first is we want to require operators to participate in a city-sponsored survey so that we know who's using the devices. Right now, we don't. We don't know if it's only wealthy young folks, older, poorer folks. We just don't know. So we want to have a survey to better understand that. We already require operators to have low-income membership programs, and these programs are great for adults who don't own cars or who don't drive. We want to encourage and facilitate the marketing of these programs a little bit more. We're not seeing a great sign up for these programs, and we want to collaborate with the operators on this. We also recommend requiring raised text and braille to enable those who are visually impaired to report operator information to our 311 folks. This was a specific recommendation and request from our Disabilities Advisory Commission. The operators had asked that we revise our fee structure so that instead of them paying upfront deposit on estimated number of trips for their permit year, that they pay monthly based on actual trips. You supported this when we talked about it back in September. However, you also wisely noted that that should not move forward without tying that to the fee, the operators passing on those parking citation fees to those who park the device, which they're currently not required to do. And our data shows that shared bikes travel greater distances and are more likely to replace car trips. So staff are recommending to incentivize bikes, reducing the fees from current $104, cutting it in half to $52 per bike, and then waiving that fee in our opportunity or low-income areas. Parking issues with scooters is one of our community's biggest concerns, and I'm sure you know that. In neighborhoods and in our commercial areas, there are regular ADA violations. And this is not just a concept of illegal behavior. This greatly affects the mobility of those who have disabilities and people who use assistive devices. And these are examples just from me going out in my neighborhood. And then there are issues with oversaturation, parking more scooters than what was designed for. This can cause issues for the maintenance of our street, getting to the utility panels, tree maintenance, parking meters, and others. It also leaves nowhere for users of private bicycles to park. Our business community is concerned about that. And in fact, you should have letters from both Fox and Goose and the R Street Partnership outlining this specific concern. And the biking communities also expressed frustration that there's nowhere for them to park their bikes. They've contacted me, they shared their frustration on blogs and in social media, and this is something we also want to address. And as you're probably aware, Old Sacramento continues to be a challenge despite requests from staff in the business community since October for the operators to address oversaturation and parking issues and rider behavior. You should have a letter from the Downtown Partnership outlining these issues in Old Sacramento. And while it might seem that this is an issue of needing more parking, we actually had an intern who inventoried all of our bike parking about 18 to 24 months ago. So we know that we've got about 7,000 parking spaces for bikes and shared rideables in Sacramento. About 5,000 of that is actually on the grid. And we only have about 3,650 permitted devices, but have seen at most 2,500 devices in the city, and that's citywide. So we have parking for the number of devices in our city, but what we're seeing is over deployment to existing parking, specifically in the core of the city. And since January of 2021 on average, our parking enforcement team has issued over 2,000 parking citations a month. That's only for ADA violations, just not for being at a bike rack, but blocking a sidewalk or blocking a curb ramp. And we've issued over 19,000 citations since December of 2019. That's significant. So to manage these parking issues, staff's recommendations have a number of strategies, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going to highlight one that seems to be pretty successful in other cities, and that's the lock to requirement. To require scooters that don't currently have a locking mechanism to have that locking mechanism so they can be locked to bike racks or locked to themselves in a drop zone. This is one of many tools. And in our discussions with other cities, they've all been seeing a decrease in poor parking. And in fact, the city of Oakland saw a 60% drop in reported issues of blocked sidewalks. And one of the greatest tools that we're recommending is to allow geofencing of areas where shared rideables are either not permitted to operate only a limited number of devices, operate with reduced speeds, or have parking restrictions. The maps that you see here on the screen are from the Baltimore Inner Harbor Promenade. It's a geofenced slow zone where the scooters can go no more than 8 miles per hour. And the outcome is that it's reduced clutter and improved safety for this key community destination in Baltimore. If we have this tool, it'll allow us in Sacramento to address problematic areas such as Old Sacramento. And staff have a number of recommendations. I'm going to focus on underage riding, which we get a lot of community concern and reports about. Just in case you don't know, for e-bikes, there's no legal requirement for California code, but for motorized scooters or electric scooters, there is. And the requirement is that you must have a driver's license or a learner's permit. And initially, staff had proposed that we require a driver's license scan with every start of trip. And then we met with the operators who expressed and explained the cost burden for that and the logistical challenges. And so we revised that when we went to Law and Ledge. And instead, what we recommend is that we're increasing the driver's license audits on a regular basis. And they're requiring the scan every 6 months instead of every trip. And then in the supplemental materials that you received today, there were 2 slight changes that you see here on the screen to the proposed ordinance language. These are small changes on the advice of the city attorney's office to strengthen the city's ability to protect public health and safety. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. This is really an important item and generates a lot of both interest, excitement, and concern in our city. And I think you laid out you laid it all out very well in both the written report and in your presentation. How do we want to? I know the council members want to weigh in on all parts of this, as do I. Let's do what we usually do, and let's hear from the public on these recommendations here. How many people do we have waiting, Madam Clerk?
I have 4 public comments.
Okay, please.
First one is Jamison Parker.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jamison Parker with the Midtown Association. We're a property-based improvement district here in the central city. One of the key initiatives and programs that our board of directors set as a priority is really reducing the amount of single occupancy vehicle trips to and in Midtown by promoting active transportation options and infrastructure that supports it. Midtown Association has been a supporter of shared rideables and the program since the launch of the regional bike share program. It's encouraging to see the amount of use the bicycles and now scooters are seeing, especially here in the central city. As more interest grows for both the operator and user perspective, it's important that the city continues to update their ordinance and regulations to ensure the system we're creating is safe, professionally operated, and equitable. In Midtown, we're seeing a growing number of scooters deployed and in turn, more conflicts and challenges in our dense urban setting. 2 major themes that we've heard and what was presented on is how and where devices are being ridden in parks. We're seeing consistent issues with scooters being left in walkways and driveways and on private property. As referenced in our letter, Midtown Association staff spends considerable amount of time cleaning up scooters that have been left in the street, in parking stalls and other areas within the footprint of our farmers market every Saturday. These challenges are exacerbated in the late evening hours adjacent to our entertainment and nightlife venues. The city needs to take steps to require the devices be parked in appropriate locations and rented in a safe manner. We're hopeful that the suggested changes will create a strong level of accountability for both operators and users. We really do appreciate the ongoing and regular communication from public works staff, specifically the work that Jennifer and Valerie have done to hear the concerns of the community. They deserve an incredible amount of credit for the work that the program's become. We look forward to working with staff to continue to refine the shared rideable program, make sure that we have a safe and welcoming environment for everyone. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is from a phone caller, last 4 digits, 5350.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lauren Greenwood, and I am the Government Partnerships Manager for the U.S. West for SPIN, one of the shared rideable companies in Sacramento. Sacramento is my hometown. I'm a Sacramento State graduate, and I'm a District 4 resident. So this community and the issues being discussed tonight are especially important to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide public comment on item number 10. And I'm calling to support staff's proposed changes, and I'm thankful to staff's dedication to improving the shared rideable landscape in Sacramento. At SPIN, We believe that shared rideables offer the potential for residents, workers, and visitors to reduce car dependency and freely and cleanly move about the city. We appreciate staff's thoughtful dedication to expanding the governance structure for shared rideables. In addition to these thoughtful changes, we thought it might be helpful to highlight one additional strategy other cities have implemented to strengthen accountability and good operational practices. We recognize that local businesses and property owners have frustrations with companies. One strategy deployed in other cities for industries that operate in the public right-of-way is a requirement for all company and contractor vehicles to bear a standard company logo, so there is easy identification when issues arise, such as illegal deployment of scooters or driving in the bike lane. Additionally, other cities have also required branded traffic safety vests that clearly display which company the employee or independent contractor works for. We recognize that local businesses and property owners have expressed frustrations and challenges that range from public nuisance to crime. We too share these concerns. As a local business, we've had incidences of targeted theft and vandalism that total $15,000, and we filed 2 police reports. We submitted additional points for consideration and look forward to continuing to collaborate with the council, staff, and the community at large to continue to increase accountability and transparency measures and reduce issues related to public safety and accessibility. Thank you so much to Valerie and Jennifer's hard work on this program, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with the city.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Scott Ford.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, and City Manager Chan. Scott Ford, Downtown Sacramento Partnership. On behalf of our organization and the stakeholders of Old Sacramento Waterfront, I would like to convey our support for the proposed updates to the Shared Rideable Ordinance and acknowledge the continued engagement we have had with our partners at the city during this process. Shared rideable devices are intended to provide an important first mile, last mile solution in our region's transportation network. However, those benefits cannot come at the expense of public safety. The proposed revisions to the ordinance will enable city staff to more effectively manage the negative impacts surrounding the use of these devices and prioritize the well-being of our residents and visitors. Specifically, the ability to geofence high pedestrian corridors and incentives for quick removal of right-of-way obstructions will create a more inclusive path of travel for all Sacramentans. In a recent poll of Old Sacramento stakeholders, the reckless use of shared rideable devices was identified as one of the most problematic elements in the district. So the additional management tools provided by this ordinance update will be a strategic step towards a key priority area. Thank you to the mayor, council, and city staff for your support of the Shared Rideable Ordinance update and for your ongoing leadership as we work collectively to improve our community.
Thank you for your comments. And our last speaker on this item is William Walker. William Walker.
I think William's going to want to speak on the setup budget.
William.
My it keeps acting up. I don't want to speak on it.
All right.
I have no
Ms.
more
Walker's
callers.
good. Okay, very good. Then let's go right to the city council. Again, I'm not sure whether it's in order or not. What the order is, Madam Clerk. Maybe you could help me, please.
I ain't trusting that. Now you know.
Councilmember Valenzuela, Harris, then Guerra, and then Ashby.
Very good. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for bringing forward this item. I really want to commend Jennifer and Valerie, all of the work you do. As you show in your graphs, District 4 is heavily utilizing ride shareables on our streets. And so I think no less than several times a week, I'm sending emails and looping in Jennifer to talk about next steps and what's happening and how to get involved. And it's been a really hot topic for our district. And so I'm really excited to see this ordinance to really give you the tools that you need. I had the great privilege of being car-free for almost 3 years before the pandemic. And a big part of why I was able to do that, even through my campaign through everything, was because I lived in a community that had rideshare shareables everywhere. I had so many different options I could use to get where I needed to go through the community. And it's a privilege that I hope every community in Sacramento has. And so I really appreciate particularly the equity pieces and the opportunities that you're trying to open up in places outside of the central city, because that's really what we need to do across our region. But I am really grateful for the tools, especially as Scott mentioned, and Old Sacramento is a great example. It's 3 blocks long. It's not a huge area. It's not an area that you need to have scooters. It's not an area where scooters work because you've got wooden boardwalks and cobblestones and a lot of pedestrian traffic and people trying to park. And it's just a recipe for attention, which has really manifested since we've started reopening in the last few months. And so I'm really, really thrilled to support this ordinance tonight. And I'd be honored to open and close the public hearing and move this item forward. And thank you again, Jennifer, and your team, everybody at the city, for all the work you put into this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I started on the bike share committee, I think 5 years ago, and have been on this path with Jennifer and her staff for the entire time that we've been talking about shared rideables. Having the management tools are extremely important. And I think that the adjustments to the ordinance that she's brought forward really indicate the things that we've learned over those years. I appreciate the incentives and the restrictions that are reflected here. I certainly have a keen interest on getting back to a bicycle-oriented shared rideables program. It's not easy to do with the economics involved, but it actually would create a more balanced system in many regards. So really nothing more to add. I'm going to second the motion and thank Jennifer and staff for all their hard work. And I also want to acknowledge the comments from SPIN, because I think they were salient as well, and that they understand that to be a good player in this market, they have to submit to some of the restrictions that we need to impose to create a system that doesn't cause problems and still creates possibilities for mobility options. Thank you, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Jennifer, thanks again. You have basically led the way for Sacramento being one of the nation's largest ride shareables center in the country. And, I agree with some of the comments that Councilmember Valenzuela brought up. The issue of being able to have ride shareables, whether it's car share or bike share or even these scooter share, provides an alternative to people not having to own a car with insurance. And those who can't, maintain it and gas. As you'll see in the next program, what we'll hear from low-income workers, that's one of the biggest challenges is transportation costs. So I know in our district, in the South area, particularly where there's less access to public transit stops, it's become a great tool for first mile, last mile connectivity. But it also has its challenges. And one of them, Jennifer, I'd like to ask here is, because I brought this up 5 years ago on the issue of geomapping, and I'm trying to recall why we didn't move forward on that aspect of it. I don't know if the technology wasn't there yet, but why aren't we requiring geomapping technology moving forward, even in this situation? Or did I misunderstand the ordinance here?
Councilmember Guerra, when we began this journey 5 years ago, that was very new and we didn't understand the need for it. Not a lot of cities had the geofencing is what it's called. And we've discovered over the last 24 months that it's actually a great tool. And a lot of other cities have found great success in it. So we are recommending it. And should this pass this evening, and 30 days after the ordinance happens, we'll have that tool to be able to geofence and say, for example, I'm going to make up in the Panhandle District in District 1, and this is Ashby's area. Let's pretend that's a hotspot for activity and we're having problems. We can then say, you can only, Jennifer's Scooter Company, you're only allowed to have 20 devices. And those 20 devices are only allowed to park in these areas and only go 8 miles an hour. And so this is going to give us those tools to solve those hard problems that we see. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from you on that.
Good. Thank you for that clarity, because when you did your presentation, I didn't quite hear that. So I'm glad we're moving forward in this direction, because it was exactly kind of the concern I had. I know we tried the painting the squares on the sidewalk, but I noble effort, but and again, technology advances based on also demand, but it's one of those where even if requiring it early and it would have failed, it might have given us also Sacramento to be a test pilot for this in other areas. So I'm glad we're moving there. The other question is, other cities have done like sidewalk detect to get people off of the sidewalk as well. Have we looked at that? What's the response to using that? I mean, there's similar technologies. I mean, obviously some of those are proprietary, but on the issue of sidewalk detect, how are we able to use that moving forward, or have we considered using that?
Councilmember Guerra, this is a great question, because right after parking issues, the next issue is sidewalk riding. Right. So, and it's confusing because in California, you're not allowed to use a scooter on a sidewalk. The state has said that. Whereas the state has also said, cities, you get to decide whether bikes get to be used on the sidewalk. And in Sacramento, we allow biking on sidewalks, even with electric assist bikes. So it can be confusing for folks. And our new regulatory framework requires more education of the members. But to the question of technology, the technology is not quite there yet. It's getting there. And so back when Uber used to own Jump, we were actually working with them and they were testing that technology for sidewalk detection. Obviously, they sold off Jump to Lime, and we have not continued that with them. But there have been other operators who are currently operating in the city of Sacramento who have interest in testing their technology in our city. And it's something that we're open to. All they need to do is file for an event permit so that you can get around state law of not using the scooters on the sidewalk. And then we'll move forward. So we work with our events committee, and we're excited to actually test that out, because right after parking issues, scooting on sidewalks is our second issue of concern for our community members.
Well, thank you. And I understand. I mean, I think I've seen it in Seattle, which who knows what Washington's laws are on this, but I also heard it being used in, I believe it might be Santa Monica or one of the LA small cities. And rather than waiting for somebody to say file an event permit, I feel like, Madam, if we make this a proactive effort, so maybe Councilmember Valenzuela, I mean, as part of your motion, I mean, could we provide direction here? I'd like to ask the direction that we have staff look at and start to look at implementing or report back on a sidewalk detect program, because that will help increase the education aspect of it. From my understanding, that allows the user immediately to know where they can and cannot be. And if we rely on them to go look through their app user manual, that's never going to happen. I just don't see that happening. So I would like to add that as direction, if you're okay with that, Councilmember Valenzuela, to direct staff to start looking at sidewalk detect. And maybe we could be the pilot. Maybe the technology is not there, but let's be the pilot on it.
Sure, happy to ask staff to look into that if it's okay with Councilmember Harris, the seconder.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the last thing I'd like to get back, Jennifer, is just, I know we discussed early on whether we should go with the RFP or the open market system, and the city went through an open market system so that we could try to get and understand how this would work, right? And obviously, clearly, we saw that certain operators could survive the market as better than others. But I'd like to get a report back on the pros and cons of if we were to go back and consider an RFP system with, say, maybe 3 operators or 2 operators, not just 1 operator, but at least a way for us to be able to better control and enforce some of the responses versus just once we give the permit out, then trying to chase everyone down. And in an RFP system, I think we might have a little more I just like to know the pros and cons. So I don't want to put any kind of prejudice on for one or against one, but I'd like to know whether, as we move forward, particularly with scooters, because I think that's where we've had an issue, whether the RFP system might help us out. On the bike system, I've heard just a lot of positive experiences about the bike system. particularly when we were able to adjust the mapping areas. It's helped out a lot. Folks feel more comfortable on them, and people are just used to using them. I'm not as comfortable on a scooter. I enjoy the bike system, but I'll end there. Lastly, I do like the idea. I heard the recommendation about logos for all contractors so that you know who's dumping scooters illegally. We should make that a requirement as part of this as well, to be able to require, if they've got site contractors, that they're wearing the logo of the scooter company that they're working for, so that if someone is dropping off a bunch of scooters in a place illegally, we know which operator that is, and our businesses can better interface with code on that aspect. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Valenzuela, I don't know if you agree with that, but I feel like that should be a requirement that
I was just going to ask if you were asking for that to be added to the motion. Happy to add that to the motion.
Thank you very much.
If Councilmember Harris is okay with it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Guerra. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, first of all, I love it when Jennifer Donlin White comes to council because she's such a superstar employee. You do such a good job, Jennifer, and you're sort of somebody I'm always trying to rope in. So when I'm listening in staff meetings and we're like, who's going to work on this? I'm always trying to figure out how I can get you in there to help us with various projects. So thank you for taking this on. I decided to speak because, as you know, there are some folks that have been talking to my team about potentially moving some of these shared rideables up to the district. I'm a little concerned about it now that it's just scooters. I really was into the bikes, but I will be, what I want to say publicly, because I know some of them are on this call, is that I will be watching very closely how these new changes that, Jennifer, that you're proposing, how that affects what's happening in the areas where we already have the scooters. And here are the things in particular that concern me. One is just safety in general of the riders and of the non-riders that are impacted, including blocking the right of way. I am deeply concerned, particularly as it moves out of the urban core and up into neighborhoods like mine, about young riders, kids, and how we're going to address that. And I will not agree to anything until Councilmember Valenzuela gets what she needs in Old Sacramento, because I don't think that we should expand service until that's resolved. That needs to be resolved for her. She's trying really hard. And maybe this is just really the mom in me or the COVID year, but they're so dirty too. Something needs to happen about the cleanliness of these scooters because it's gross. And then lastly, I'm just saying this, and Jennifer, I'm wondering if maybe, not as part of this motion, but I'm wondering if this might be something you should try to champion by maybe talking to Council Vice Mayor Chenier or Consuelo. But could there be a stupider rule than that you have to have a driver's license to use something that exists for the purpose of not having a car? I'm not sure I understand that logic. I understand it's a state rule, but Councilmember Chenier could maybe help you write a letter or something, or advocate or put it in the list with our lobbyists at the state that maybe they would, consider the fact that a lot of people are trying to ride the scooters or bikes because they don't want to have a driver's license and a car. So I understand an age restriction, but maybe there's another way that we could go about that. Maybe Sacramento could be a leader. I'm going to add it to the list of things I think the state need to be changed. And maybe you could start to effectuate that working with Law and Ledge here. So good work. And thank you for everything that you do. And I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just add to the thanks and compliments to Jennifer. Really comprehensive and well done. I support all of these recommendations. I mean, Councilmember Valenzuela and I and the city team have spent a lot of time in Old Sacramento recently. I know Mayor Pro Tem Ashby was there as well, talking about all the various challenges they have. And one of this issue was prominent. And so the ability to regulate and provide this, never heard of the term before, geofencing, to regulate the speed and the operability of these scooters when they're out of control. If they're out of control, I think is very, very sound. I don't want to gloss over, I know we're not making a decision tonight, but not gloss over the importance of deciding as a city whether or not we want to limit the number of vendors here by doing an RFP. I mean, I don't like monopolies, of course, love the idea of innovation and more companies and entrepreneurs getting into the space, but this might be different because the quality really does matter here, and we're talking about a moving vehicle and that has great benefits, but also has some potential real safety issues, and so I don't know whether we want to bring that back specifically. I know we're adding a vendor tonight, but I just think that's worthy of more consideration. Let's not gloss over that. What point in time do you think, Jennifer, Ms. Donlin Wyatt, do you think would be appropriate to come back, further evaluation, and actually have that discussion and maybe even make a decision?
Mayor, thank you for the question. And it's a great thing for us to look at and see what are the benefits and the challenges with having an RFP and a limited number of operators versus not. I'd like to ask for 6 months for my team to do some research and collaborate with other cities to learn from them. We'd also want to discuss with SACOG, because SACOG currently has a contract with one of those operators to provide service in the city, to work through some of those legal things that we would need to think about in the city attorney's office. But I think 6 months might be a good timeline.
Okay, 6 months it is.
Okay.
Put it on the calendar.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. That's great. We've got a motion and a second with the friendly amendment by Councilmember Guerra. Let's call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's move to the next item, which is the set of budget, operating budget. Who's presenting on this?
Kathy Kosick is.
Well, before you present, I have a very important thing to say to you, which is thank you for 30 plus years of incredible public service to the city and county of Sacramento. I know, Kathy, you just announced your retirement, and I've been meaning to reach out to you, so I guess I get to do it publicly here tonight. And to say that you're really, I remember when I started back in the 90s, and you were the new director, I believe, yes, and the new executive director, and you just always had such a professionalism, a friendliness, knowledge, well respected by everybody who worked with you, and just really happy for you and grateful on behalf of our city for your service. So
Thank you, Mayor.
had to interrupt you to say that before you presented.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure. Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you, we have an item to, I'm giving an overview of the set of budget for fiscal year 21-22. And Diet, if you could pull the slides up there, we can get started. So as most of you know, SETA is a joint powers agency between the city and county of Sacramento. So we originally get our budget approved at our governing board, and then we present both to the city and the county for final approval. So SETA is pretty much 100% grant funded. 75% of our funding is through our Children and Family Services Department, and the other 25 is in our Workforce Development Department. We subcontract out about 45% of our money, and we continue to find new operators over the years with different requests for proposals. Next slide, please. SETA is again split into two departments. The Workforce Development Department again has about 25% of our funding. We have 14 job centers, many subcontractors. We serve individually about 2,500 people in our training, but we see about 25,000 customers come through our 14 job centers. 90% of those individuals have some kind of barrier to employment. They could be justice involved, they could be veterans, they could be disabled in some manner, but the majority of people that we serve have some barrier to employment, and about 65% of them do find employment. We again subcontract out about 63% of our workforce funding to community-based organizations who we consider vital to the services we provide. Next slide. In our Head Start program, we have about, again, the bulk of our money is in this department, and we serve about 5,100 children between the ages of 0 and 5 in our Head Start and Early Head Start department. And we also have a small amount of money from the food program, and we also have supplemental funding that we use to make our days longer for services from California Department of Education and the California Department of Social Services. In this particular area, we have over 115 sites countywide. 39 are operated by SETA, and then we subcontract out to 5 delegate agencies and 2 partners. Again, we serve about 5,100 children and families, and we prepare ourselves and serve over 660,000 meals on an annual basis. Again, we subcontract out about 38% of our funding, and we run a very large program ourselves. We have about, of our 660 employees, or 616 employees, about 500 of them work in our Head Start area. Next slide, please. Next slide, okay. I just briefly wanted to mention that we have been working with the city very closely in the last 2 years, and we are, there's a short list of things we're working on together. We're doing a lot of joint planning, and we've been tracking and reporting community workforce training opportunities on construction contracts. We're working with many partners on developing Aggie Square and what that will look like. We're working with the City Economic Development Department on a lot of employer services, including Rancho San Miguel. And we do have a very small youth subcontract with the City Park and Recs. And I just wanted to add that we appreciate the partnership we have with city staff and hope to continue that in the future. So we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you again. Thank you very much. Do we have public testimony, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one person to make comments, William Walker.
Okay, Mr. Walker.
William Walker, please unmute.
Again, something's wrong with my Zoom, so I'm not.
We have no.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm not asking to speak. There's something wrong with my Zoom.
Okay. All right, then let's go right to the members here. I got Councilmember Guetta, Vice Mayor Shamir, and Councilmember Bang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me start off by saying, congratulations, Kathy. Thank you again for 30 years of service. We've only had an opportunity to work together briefly here, but let me say that I've heard throughout the entire my entire district, and even working in the legislature, because I used to run a select committee on workforce development and career tech education, and the impact that you've had on so many people's lives through SETA, being able to help people out of a path of poverty, it is really transformative, and you've done it without any fanfare. Your team has been consistently committed to ensuring that we have a focus on helping those families and providing families with kids a safe place for them and helping their parents find a path forward. So I just want to again say congratulations on 30 years of just tremendous work. I want to, Mr. Mayor, on this aspect here, I want to first move the staff report here, but also give some direction here because Councilmember Vang and I, who are members on the SETA board now, we're both newbies. Councilmember Chenier left us there and put two newbies on the SETA board. But to give direction that we gave to SETA to work with the county in making sure that we're aligning some of our resources so that we can have a better city-county approach. In many of our districts, we have cities and county boundaries where even our neighbors, unless they look at the signs and whether one is green or white, road signs, they don't know whether they live in the city and county. We saw some tremendous benefits through the SARA program by making sure we do that. Thank you, Kathy, for doing that. But I'd like to give staff direction to make sure that our staff is on the flip side, working with SETA and the county to better create that aligned pathway so that our residents who are straddling those county lines have a good resources on the programs that we move forward on that. So I'll move the staff report on that. The last thing I'll say is just, amazing amount of work on Aggie Square, creating a real way to do economic development and supporting the adjacent neighborhoods for improvement. And also the issue of childcare. I mean, the fact that Head Start, one of the key things that we find out that childcare is one of the largest impediments for folks to be able to get back into the workforce. And, Denise Lee and your team and all of the energy and focus that you've done to make sure that we help families during this pandemic come forward and get out of this and get back into the workforce is critical. And the last point is, if anybody didn't notice there, we just had a great action at the last SETA board meeting, is the support for refugees and for citizenship. Right now, more than ever, it's a critical time, particularly that we've been helping many Afghan refugees over the last, I think it's 5 years, where we've had a significant number of Afghan refugees that have been coming in. But now more than ever, I think SETA and the city of Sacramento is poised to address this issue to help many of those families come forward. So glad to move this staff report for the budget and more work to come. Congratulations, Kathy, again on a stellar career.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chenier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Kathy, I first of all, I'll second the motion with the direction. Get that out of the way. So I just, as Eric said, I just got off of 10 years sitting on the SETA board, and it was a real pleasure, an incredibly well-run organization. And through those 10 years, had a couple sticky situations that I got to work closely with Kathy on. And, always, never about her, always about the organization and about the work. And, just looking at the work you've done with Head Start, as Eric said, and the refugee work as well. It's just a model organization and really appreciate it. I know worked a little bit with SETA right on 1,000 Strong when that got on some of the EFT money from the state, and just have been able to turn to SETA when we needed help with something. And, nothing will be more important than the work that we'll be talking about after this issue on workforce development, which I know is what you do and who you are, and just very, very much appreciated. And you will definitely be missed.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I too just want to echo my colleagues, and I want to take this moment to thank Kathy just for your incredible work over 30 years. I too am a newbie on the SETA board, but it's been a pleasure working closely with you. And I, SETA has been a really important and critical organization, really connecting Sacramentans to jobs and to local children and family services. And a big part of that is because of your leadership, Kathy, and really just want to say thank you just for your great work. Again, as a new board member, I'm honored to be serving the SETA board alongside Councilmember Guerra. And I definitely support his direction in providing his direction in terms of making sure that we have alignment with our city and county services. One thing I do want to point out, and Councilmember Guerra touched upon this, is that, one important role that SETA plays in our region is its refugee program. And I believe SETA's refugee program has been around since the 1980s, serving largely Southeast Asian refugees, the former Soviet Union, and refugees from the Middle East. And I know in our budget earlier this month, our SETA board did adopt the final budget. And a part of that was also funding, I think, 2.5 million in increase in refugee services. And just given the situation that we're in right now, as thousands of Afghans are being evacuated, as countries are opening their borders, and I hope too that our country take in as many Afghan refugees as possible because we owe it to them, given our involvement in the Middle East. I want to make sure that Sacramento, as a city, that we're ready to do everything we can to support our Afghan refugee families who resettle here in the city of Sacramento. And so, Kathy, my question to you is, just given your work over the years and lessons learned, aside from us being a joint partnership with the county, I'd like to hear more, what additional role do you see us as a city playing in supporting SETA's refugee program?
Well, maybe I can explain how the city or the county work with the refugee resettlement agencies also. Right now, we're expecting, as we mentioned at the governing board, 2,500 special immigrant visa holders coming in. Some have already come, some landed here probably 10 days ago, and they immediately are served by the refugee resettlement agencies. We're expecting of those 2,500, about 1,000 of them will be coming into the Sacramento area. Maybe not all in the city, but in the county and the region. And so we work very closely with the county, who provides public assistance after the refugee resettlement agencies get them initially when they land and get them into housing as best they can, and such as that. And SETA's role in that is that we provide supplemental funding for employment and training to get individuals into employment as soon as possible, and supportive services to go along with that. So I think the city can just play a role in continuing to advertise the ability of SETA and the partners to provide those services as best we can. I know we work with the school districts. We work in our Head Start program to really make sure when families are settling that they are aware of the fact that we have services to help children 0 to 5 that may not be in the school system, but are available to support the whole family as they come. So those 1,000 that are coming obviously are going to have family members also joining them.
Thanks, Kathy. No, I think that's really great. And I did request for a one-on-one to do a more thorough kind of deep dive into the refugee program. Councilmember Guerra, I'd like to provide just an additional direction to yours, if that's okay. The city has the field network, and I know they work closely with the Sacramento's immigrant, asylee, and refugee community. And this network, Kathy, is actually led by Councilmember Guerra. He's been a champion leading this work. And I want to make a direction. I think it'd be good to discuss the ways in which the field network and SETA can actually work closely together on this, just given their strong reach in the community in terms of legal services, but they're also boots on the ground. And I think it'd be really great to connect you with the field network. They're incredible. And I think, especially in this time that's so critical, I think coming together and figuring out all the resources that we have at our disposal to make sure that it is a seamless resettlement process here in the city of Sacramento. So that would be my direction, my additional direction to yours, Councilmember Guerra. And thank you so much for your leadership, Councilmember Guerra, on the FEW network. And Kathy, again, congratulations on retirement. Thank you for your 30 years of service. It's a little bittersweet, sad, because I'm not going to be able to work with you, well, until December, but as a newbie, but just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the great things that you've done over the years.
I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And glad to welcome that. You beat me to the punch for closing comments here, Councilmember. and yes, we actually have some direction here for the field network, and Kathy will follow up on that. But we're not going to let her go until we finish the improvements on the North Sac Job Center. We want to make sure that gets done. Our goal is to get it done by December. So glad to take that direction.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
An enthusiastic yes.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes. Terrific. Thank you. Thank you again, Kathy. Deeply appreciated. Members, we have one more item tonight, but I just want to give you a heads up. The city manager will have a report under city manager's report after the agenda, beginning report on implementation steps for the comprehensive siting plan. So just so you know, that's coming after the last formal item tonight. Let's now move to item 12, which is the workforce development recommendations to continue supporting Sacramento employment needs. A big piece of our inclusive economic development agenda here in the city. A significant and major recipient of CARES funding. And we've really staffed up, so to speak, with real leadership through our economic development department. Melissa Anguiano and Christina Pallone and others leading the way. I'd like to turn it over to you for presentation. I know Councilmember Guerra, did you have a comment now or did you want to wait until?
No, yeah, we'll do it now. It's more about kind of setting the stage of how this kind of came about here.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, great, thank you. Well, first, let me start off by saying, thank you extremely to Christina Pallone and the team out there. You pulled together a lot of work in a very short amount of time. And as many of us on the council have seen report time and time again, I don't have to go through individual ones of that, but the issue that many of our workers in Sacramento have faced have been the transition out of poverty, a path out of poverty through high wage, the need to transition into high wage jobs. And nothing has been more clear, even during this pandemic, that is essential, because those families who were in moderate and high wage jobs have done fairly well. But if you look at all of the recent data that has come out in the last few months, it's been our low wage workers who have been even impacted even further, requiring us to even to do more and really take this seriously about, if we're going to address the major issues, it's what are we doing to transition families into high wage jobs? In that time frame, when we started this conversation, there were a number of different efforts. Not only was I leading with the Air District, the Climate Justice and Job Summit, the mayor had put together his Workforce Development Collaborative. There was the Clean and Green Workforce Pathways Program, the Inclusive Economic Development Committee. Everybody was working on a different strategy. So I want to pass this over to Renee Johns here from Valley Vision to kind of bring a lot of these pieces together. Because even as we were doing this, I also want to credit Councilmember Valenzuela and the Central Labor Council, who was doing stakeholder meetings with workers to identify barriers to employment. And all of this is a culmination of some common strategies that we think we need to look at how to address this issue. And rather than everyone going piecemeal, on set aside, thank you again, Kathy, bringing our city and county together, but also making sure that our multiple workforce partners are working together on that. So let me pass this over to Renee Johns from Valley Vision, who was able to go through and try to piece all of these different pieces together for the council to get a better picture of how do we move folks, build on what we learned at the CARES Act funding, but really take a targeted approach of helping families with a pathway out of poverty.
So just so we're clear, well, Renee start and then turn it over to Christina. Okay.
Yes, actually, Christina is going to start the presentation,
Okay.
and then I will join in.
Go.
Okay, great. Give me one moment. Okay, so first I want to say thank you, Mayor Steinberg, council members, and City Manager Chan for this opportunity to present to you all this evening an overview of the city's recent workforce development engagement efforts and the recommendations that were developed from those discussions to continue supporting Sacramento employment needs. First, I want to start with thanking all of the extraordinary workforce partners, city council members, workforce providers, union representatives, stakeholders, industry partners, and city staff that extended exemplary support, commitment of time, endless meetings, and relentless workforce discussions that didn't always end smoothly, that showcased the collective level of dedication to improving the lives and economic conditions of our most vulnerable and marginalized families and communities through workforce development services. This warrants tremendous acknowledgement. Next slide, please. While we knew workforce was important to the growth of our region, the Brookings report was a call to action and solidified the inviolable position our region was in from a workforce development standpoint, and the importance of prioritizing workforce development initiatives to grow an economy that is inclusive and prepared for the future economy. Some of the staggering data outlined in this report, particularly these two statistical points, highlighted our need for increased workforce development services, particularly for our communities of color and individuals with lower levels of education. The Brookings Institute report triggered a series of workforce development engagement efforts and investments by the City of Sacramento that will be highlighted in tonight's presentation. Next slide, please. To give a historical context, in early 2019, the Mayor's Workforce Collective was created, comprised of over 50 stakeholders that included K-12 and higher ed, institutional representatives, workforce professionals, workforce partners, union representatives, industry partners, nonprofit providers, community leaders, city elected officials, and government staff to begin identifying workforce priorities for our most vulnerable and marginalized populations throughout Sacramento. The Mayor's Workforce Collective met on a regular basis for an entire year, providing a critical foundation that is very much included in the city's workforce activities and investments you see today. In September of 2019, a workforce subcommittee of the city's Inclusive Economic and Community Development, IECD, Investment Committee was formed, also known as the Workforce Working Group, and consisting of 13 active workforce professionals and experts, along with 2 alternates, advising city staff on workforce priorities, program development, and overall workforce investments. The members of the Workforce Working Group met consistently throughout the pandemic and were crucial to the numerous workforce discussions that shaped the city's CARES-funded workforce recovery program portfolio. Next slide, please. For the first time ever, the City of Sacramento allocated a large-scale investment of this magnitude for workforce services. $10 million of CARES funds were generously allocated to workforce development, services, and resources by our mayor and city council last July of 2020. With that allocation, 35 providers were awarded grants to implement much needed workforce development training, upskilling, job readiness development, and employment placement services to counter the economic devastation and displacement that many of our families and communities faced during the pandemic. The CARES Workforce Recovery Program targeted specific areas of need based on current circumstances at that time and labor demand. This graphic outlines the breakdown of the $10 million CARES workforce investment that was made by category. Next slide, please.
At the request of Councilmember Eric Guerra and Dr. Alberto Ayala from the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, the first Climate Justice and Jobs Summit was hosted in March of 2021. And this summit brought together community members, training providers, employers, industry, local and state level leaders to take an in-depth look at the opportunities in our region to expand access to high quality, high wage jobs, especially for our vulnerable populations. Councilmember Maibang also participated in the summit.
The city's $10 million CARES workforce investment was an incredible start to tackling the economic instability and low wage attainment by our most vulnerable and marginalized neighborhoods and communities in Sacramento. Even with this investment, it became apparent by the end of 2020 that additional workforce services, skill development, and resources would be needed to address the long-term economic impacts that our most in need families and neighborhoods faced as they continue to recover from the pandemic. At the onset of 2021, the City of Sacramento led and participated in several workforce development focused discussions and events. In support of developing workforce components of the Mayor's Climate Action Plan in collaboration with our city's Climate Action team, beginning in April and completing in June of 2021, the city's workforce development team co-led and facilitated with members of the Workforce Working Group a 4-part Clean and Green Workforce Pathways discussion series with over 40 workforce stakeholder representatives that focus primarily on workforce pathways for the clean and green sectors and industries, with a specific emphasis on occupations showing increased growth and demand in the Sacramento region. Many of the recommendations that came out of this series are highlighted throughout tonight's presentation. Also, on June 28th, 2021, our workforce stakeholder listening session was held to hear workforce priorities and recommendations building upon the success and overall experience of the city's CARES Workforce Recovery Program that completed on June 30th of 2021. A survey of all the workforce providers and stakeholders was conducted prior to the listening session, with the results of that survey being discussed at that meeting. A special thank you to all the workforce providers, partners, stakeholders, council members, and city staff that participated in this listening session in the Clean and Green Workforce Pathway Series. Some of those participants were members of the Workforce Working Group, People Working Together, PWT United, the Sacramento Labor Council, Center for Workers' Rights, SMUD Sustainable Communities, IUOE Local 39, Asian Resources, Inc., Sacramento Sierra Building Trades, SETA, Valley Vision, SBMA, and Charles A. Jones representatives, Greater Sacramento Urban League, Grid Alternatives, Consumnes River College staff, the California Mobility Center team, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Contractors Education Foundation, Sac State and UCD representatives, Cyber Proud Sacramento, Collective 6, Green Tech, SACOG, La Familia, members of the Aggie Square Workforce Coalition, and a host of additional workforce partners that were involved. Next slide, please. As stated earlier, the CARES Workforce Recovery Program is the first solicitation of this magnitude dedicated to workforce development services during one of the most economically unstable times in American history. Through the CARES Workforce Recovery Program, 35 providers and 29 workforce programs were funded through this portfolio, resulting in 21 city residents being served in job readiness and or vocation-specific training, and 430 city residents receiving paid internships, stipends, or paid employment that helped to economically stabilize many of our most in need neighborhoods and communities during the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. On a monthly basis, to create greater cohesion amongst our CARES workforce portfolio, the city's workforce development team conducted monthly check-in meetings with all the workforce providers in the CARES workforce recovery portfolio. Many of the members of our workforce program, as well as other stakeholders in our workforce discussion series, expressed their appreciation for the diversity of providers that receive city CARES funding, from smaller or newer providers that may have never received city funds before to more seasoned, larger workforce providers. Also, there was a significant increase in improved collaboration, referrals, and information sharing among amongst the program providers to support each other in reaching their workforce contractual goals and objectives for this portfolio, as many of the program participants face significant life and economic challenges during the period of this grant. Next slide, please.
After the CARES workforce portfolio was distributed, there was a series of meetings that was referred to earlier by Councilmember Guetta and also by Christina, including the Workforce Working Group meetings, the Climate Justice and Job Summit, the Clean and Green Discussion and Learning Series, and the Workforce Stakeholder Listening Session. Valley Vision worked with city staff in order to compile and synthesize the findings from all of those discussions and series in order to bring forward a consensus of recommendations to inform you tonight. This slide is intended to show a demonstration of an employment timeline before we get to the recommendations. And the purpose of this slide, the city will frequently talk about goals to serve those that have been historically disinvested or the most marginalized, and just to give a pictorial as well as a estimation of timeline that can take to move somebody through the different stages of workforce development. We wanted to share this with you tonight. So if you imagine for yourself somebody who is homeless or who doesn't have childcare, maybe is escaping a violent environment, there's going to be required stabilization services before they can even get to either basic skills attainment or job readiness. So there's an estimation of time under each one of these components, and that is basically an estimation. Depending on the situation that the person comes into each stage, it can take a small amount of time to an extraordinarily long amount of time to move through each of the stages. Additionally, once people are stabilized, someone may come in with a lack of basic skills. So imagine, if you will, someone coming in with less than a high school diploma, or maybe a consistently interrupted learning pattern, maybe a former foster child where they do not have basic education in reading or math or comprehension. That is going to take some time to remedy that and to provide the educational advancement that's needed in order to move to the next stage. Additionally, we have the job readiness component, and that's what you traditionally think about in terms of soft skills training or professionalism skills, including resume preparation, interviewing skills, online job search. And then we have training, which a lot of people think about training, that is the place where it starts. But we want to make sure that you're also aware of the many other stages that happen prior to that before someone can even enter in the training phase, or to be able to be successful in the training phase. So depending on the training program, that can take any number of months or even years. And then we get to employment, and then the retention piece that comes with employment. So this is intended to not be a comprehensive timeline, but to give you some idea of what a timeline would look like, especially when you're talking about serving traditionally disinvested populations. There's a disclaimer at the bottom that basically states it really depends on the agency of the person coming into the timeline, how long they stay in different stages, and people can come in and out of any of those stages. We wanted to give a little bit of guidance about that, and also consideration for the council that when you're thinking about both your goals and the outcomes that you'd like to see, keep in mind that sometimes there can be a tension there between immediate employment outcomes and serving those that are the hardest to serve or most in need. Next slide, please. And so the recommendations that came forward from those different groups that we talked about to three main categories: capacity building, direct training activities, and wraparound and support services. Next slide, please. Actually, the majority of recommendations, 5 out of the 7, fall into a capacity building category. The first recommendation was to have a strategic workforce development framework that was needed to ensure pipeline access from the most impacted neighborhoods to in-demand quality jobs serving the needs of both residents and employers that is aligned to the city's scale-up strategy and the prosperity strategy. And what we have here in bold above is just the very beginning of a framework statement or maybe a clearly defined role for the city as we figure out what is the city's role in the larger workforce development ecosystem. This is something that will be continually worked upon and refined. But for now, we have for you, the city serves as a leader and collaborative partner to amplify the focus on its residents, including historically marginalized community members, in order to ensure access to demand-driven long-term career pathways, which offer economic advancement. The next slide, please. Other recommendations that rose to the top in the capacity building category included a need for consistent, dedicated funding to continue efforts, build capacity, and expand the reach of workforce development activities deep into the neighborhoods. And specific comments related to this one focused around the fact that the one-time investments of CARES and ARPA are needed and appreciated, but there's also a need to have a level of consistent, dedicated funding from the city so that what is gained is not completely lost when those investments shrink or step back. Another recommendation that came forward was technical assistance and capacity building support for funded providers is needed to ensure performance metrics are met for maximum return on investment. Next slide, please. Cultural competency training of funded providers came up frequently, as well as culturally competent outreach to marginalized communities. That there was both training needed in this and the necessity to ensure that outreach was culturally competent in order to attract all individuals into the pipeline. Also, the need to continue and build collaboration efforts with the larger workforce ecosystem toward a fully aligned system, leveraging all investments for maximum benefit. And as an organization that focuses on collaboration, we can tell you that collaboration efforts are not frequently funded well, and it does take a lot of time and energy to build collaboration. So that is a consideration for the city. Next slide, please. Comments obviously around direct training activities came to the forefront. This is included funding for everything from remedial education to vocational specific training, and to ensure our most disadvantaged community members would benefit. The three categories that came up the most were vocational training, remedial education and training, so preparing those with less than a high school diploma for the ability to meet the math, reading, and comprehension requirements of training programs in order to be successful, and earn and learn, including paid internships, on-the-job training, or anything where a stipend or wages was provided to the participants. Next slide, please. A lot of recommendations came forward related to wraparound and support services, specifically talking about transportation support, childcare support, tools, uniforms, and specific workplace needs, and then connections to basic needs. So both in the direct training category and the wraparound and support services categories, these include the need for case management and coaching in order to have the level of assistance needed to help individuals be successful in those components and make the connections to the wraparound supports that they need. Next slide, please. This is the overall funding request that's being brought to the city. There's a request for $2 million to support capacity building, which again was 5 of the 7 items that rose to the top in the recommendations. $12 million for direct training activities, $3.5 million for wraparound and support services. And I'm going to give it back to Christina, who's going to explain some methodology related to these numbers.
So as Renee just mentioned, this is the breakdown based on some of the investment that was made during the CARES workforce recovery programming, the 10 million and us serving 2,100 residents. And based on those details, we then came up with trying to increase and improve those numbers slightly, came up with roughly the $5,000 per participant breakdown, and the categories that you see in front of you, if we were to go a la carte, if you will, for the total of 17.5. We do understand the city has quite a lot of pressing needs in terms of its funding. And so as the city's thinking about its American Rescue Plan Act funding discussions, as well as other state and federal recovery funds that emerge in the near future that may come to the city of Sacramento, we are hoping that our elected body will consider the ongoing needs for continued workforce resources and services as outlined in today's presentation. And so that basically concludes our PowerPoint. And want to thank you, Mayor and Council members, for allowing us this opportunity to present our workforce development engagement efforts and recommendations for continued workforce services and resources needed to economically empower our Sacramento neighborhoods, communities, and families. Now we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Great presentation, both to Renee and to Christina. Very thorough, and you laid out great challenge and opportunity for us here. You know, I will turn it over to Council Members Guerra and Valenzuela in a minute. You know, I just reflect, again, this is another example, I think, of how the city is changing in significant ways. That workforce training was arguably not a core function of the city when it came to our own budget decisions. Certainly, we had SETA, the JPA, where we were active governing members and participants. But this is a change, just like affordable housing, just like investing in small business. It is now our business to invest in workforce, because if we're going to build a modern, inclusive economy, we can not afford to make the kinds of investments that we made in CARES and that you're suggesting we make today. It's always good to ask to go big in terms of the ask, always good. We just have to, make the math add up for all of the categories that are compelling, but this is co-equal number one in terms of its importance. And over the next couple of weeks, we will be juggling as best that we can all of the numbers and all the other from ARP and all the other funding sources that exist where we can get as close to the number that you have put out there as we can. That's all ahead. Let me turn it over to Councilman Guerra and then Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, again, let me thank our team here, and also all of those who in the different workforce providers, CBOs, Central Labor Council, who've been working a lot on this issue, because this information is a culmination of all of that input from the people who are working directly with folks. I think there are a couple things that I wanted to make sure that we did. Number one, more direct engagement with both the direct workers, and we can do that by working with our labor partners who are running union halls and understand that direct need. And then the direct relationship with the employers, because at the end of the day, if all we're doing is training and not bridging that relationship, we're going to miss that opportunity. So I think number one, highlighting that aspect of it with the report, great. I think salient points there. Second is one of we have one-time money here with ARP and other sources. It's for some of these programs and some of our job centers, there are one-time things like equipment assistance that can help us bridge that gap and stop that bottleneck. So I think we can work with our workforce providers on some of those equipment needs, whether they be for pre-apprenticeship in construction, manufacturing, even in the allied health areas. I think those are one-time things that might fit with this. But to the point about wraparound services, if we're not also looking at issues of transportation and childcare, we can have the greatest training programs there, and folks won't be able to get to them. So I think I wanted to highlight that. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to provide, again, there's no action on this, but I would like to provide direction to the city manager and our team to come back with strategies for financing the workforce initiative. there are more pots of dollars other than ARP that are being released by the federal government and the state to address these. So just like we're doing on the homeless strategy, what I'd like to make sure we do is that we look at a finance plan that looks at all those pots of money so that we can better balance our needs, but make sure that we don't just say, oh, we're only going to do X amount for workforce. Because if we don't get our low-wage workers into higher wage jobs, I think we're missing a huge opportunity to address our economic situation over the recovery of the pandemic. Lastly, I'd like to say that this is a lot of good work and that it can be used as a good framework for the city manager and the team to come back with a way to look at a financing strategy for this. There's a lot of opportunities. Councilmember Chenier can talk about the Aggie Square One-Stop Job Center as a great opportunity, the Charles A. Jones Job Center on Lemon Hill. There's all of these great opportunities, but we need a finance strategy to get to it. So that's what I'd like to leave away with, is asking the city manager to come back with to do some work on where these pots of money could come from to achieve our goal.
I should say, Councilmember Guerra, to right on suggestion, Thursday I intend to release my letter, similar to the letter released back when we were beginning to debate the CARES Fund, but the letter suggesting a funding framework for the ARP money, and you better believe it's going to include significant dollars for this category. Amounts to be discussed and debated. Okay, thank you. Councilman Laloy?
Oh, Mayor, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sorry. So yeah, thank you. And I thank Councilman Guerra for mentioning our listening sessions. And I'm glad I got a chance to share with you some of the findings from that last week that we did with the Sacramento Central Labor Council. And I especially want to thank Alejandro and your office who helped with interpretation and translation for our Spanish speaking friends for those events. We did those sessions and the worker survey afterwards because any effort at economic recovery or worker development really needs to center the people, the workers that are really essential to the success of those efforts. So I specifically want to call out, and I thank you for mentioning the support services because this really does lack detail specifically on the childcare and transportation barriers that are limiting folks from accessing opportunities and the jobs they have now or better jobs that they want to have in the future. I'd love to think that 3.5 million is going to solve the childcare burden for our city, but I also probably don't think that's realistic. And so would really like to think through, is this assumption based on like funding private childcare providers? Is this an assumption that the city is going to step up to try to figure out problem solving with the school district and the resources they have access to? I'm just curious to hear more about how that could work. And this has been continually mentioned by the union representatives and the union organizers, right, as two things that are coming up pretty continually for their members. And this also mentions lacks any mention of worker protection. So a part of the CARES funding that was missing from the chart in this item was funding that we gave to the Center for Workers' Rights, who was doing the worker rights clinics, as well as the funding we gave to the Central Labor Council for the worker hotline, really to ensure that workers knew their rights and had access to the information they needed to protect themselves during that time. I know that the Center for Workers' Rights has run out of funding for their services, even though they were still getting a lot of calls when that funding ran out, and that the CLC has a lot of lessons learned from the work that they did, both not just then, obviously, they've been doing that work for a really long time about what it takes to ensure workers can access these opportunities without fear of encountering legal issues they can't resolve on their own or being taken advantage of by employers. So I'd like to also give further staff direction. I know we're talking about the ARPA funding next week, that the mayor's sending out his letter. I would really like to invite the Central Labor Council to be part of a presentation that we give at that meeting. I think it's really important that we hear directly from the unions about some of the barriers they're seeing and opportunities they see to ensure we're making sure the workers are going to be taken care of as we do all this work. So that is my ask, is to invite the CLC to that August 24th meeting to give a short presentation on what they've heard from their members and the surveys that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, again, I want to thank Melissa, Christina for doing such a wonderful job and putting this wonderful report together. You indicated that there were 35 providers from the CARES Act, correct? And 2,100 individuals received jobs based on that initial $10 million investment, which makes it about $5,000 per person.
It was actually 2,100 residents that were served. Only 430 actually got placed in either jobs or internships or received stipends from that first $10 million investment. The 17.5 breakdown roughly comes to about $5,000 per person, with all of those added resources that we've outlined, the supportive services, the training, et cetera.
So I want to make sure. So $10 million, 2,100 residents,
served.
The 2,100 served, and then how many actually got jobs that were just entered into the workforce based on that 10 million?
So we're roughly at about 430 right now. Since some of our contracts or grants just expired on June 30th, we're still collecting data from all the providers. So that number is going to increase, but as of right now, the counting that we have is roughly 430 residents were placed in either jobs or received some kind of wage from that investment.
And thank you so much. So based on the 430 that have currently are working based on the information we have, we're getting more information. That's roughly about $23,000 per person that we were able to put them in a stabilized job.
If you also think about the other resources, the wraparound services, the case management, the job coaching, we also needed to factor in some of those additional services that many of our residents were facing during the pandemic, as well as the fact that businesses were going under and employers were not hiring at the same rate that they were prior to the pandemic. So there were a lot of factors that also played into also having to reskill people in new industries because of some of the jobs being completely wiped out. As we talked about in our presentation, there were quite a bit of factors that went into why the cost became what it was for that initial investment.
And I really appreciate this. And again, my questions are general questions. Please, I'm not trying to, it's nothing personal. I'm a numbers guy, and I'm just kind of going through that. So 35 providers, $10 million later, we have 430 individuals as of right now that are currently working full-time jobs, correct? And then
at the end of the completion of the program, we'll have to check in with the providers to find out if they're still employed, but the terms of the contract was to help with job placement, but we did not fund retention. So the service was to help them get employed. Yes.
And I truly appreciate that. And then the 40 workforce stakeholders, and you named a few, yet in that list, I didn't hear a single privately owned business owner or a family business owner. It seemed like it was mostly pretty much the nonprofit organizations or the union. Is that a correct assumption on that?
We did have industry partners involved that were working with indirectly employers and business partners, but they were not necessarily directly attending the meetings. No, you are correct.
From the So again, with all due respect, when it comes to money and especially taxpayers' money, I do believe in this program, and I do believe what and I strongly support what the mayor is trying to accomplish here. But we do also have to use a certain amount of metric. And, you know, what I'm learning in this last 8 months is that as much as nonprofits are doing a phenomenal job within our city, but when it comes to job training and getting individuals ready for a job, unless you've owned a business, you are currently working, and you're actively involved with the working class, I've always questioned, how does a nonprofit train an individual to get a job and retain that job when there's absolutely no experience? They've never owned I should say never. There's never been an ownership of a business and the issues that come with it, like a job training. If it's not a business owner discussing about what is the importance issues that come in a job interview, how do we get individuals ready, right? And when yes.
I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry, I am interrupting, but just to clarify, just as you know, with the CARES funding, I think that more money actually went to small businesses than went to this category. We had actually over $20 million in total that went to the small business community. So we're trying to cover both ends of the spectrum, right? The businesses as well as the workers.
Absolutely. And I think one of the biggest things that it's missing from this equation, it's not so much are there jobs available, because we all know today, every single industry in the city of Sacramento is hiring. There's no way that you can pull anywhere that says, we're not hiring. So we know there are jobs there. I do agree that transportation and childcare are a very important component why certain people cannot get a job. So when there's money that we can invest, I hope that we recognize these two categories as major focal points. And if we need advice, the advice needs to come to me from where I'm sitting. It needs to come from actual business owners, that they have skin in the game and they know what it takes for them to hire individuals. And some kind of a metric, I would love to see from these 35 providers, how much went to each provider and how many jobs were created and how many of those jobs, those individuals are still working, right? So, again, the workforce, I'm 100% behind, but right now, I don't think anybody on this panel can tell me that there's not enough jobs available out there.
Well, it's also training. It's also training people for higher wage jobs.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So I'll give you a perfect example. The plumbers union right now, they're hiring individuals at a prevailing wage. They train them for 5 years, fully paid. They provide insurance within 3 months. And in 5 years, they graduate with 4.5 years of pension. So there are, I'm going to use the plumbers union as an example. There are union jobs that they're actually doing the training. So it's a matter of finding, why is Sean not taking advantage of that and is still unemployed? Is it transportation? Is it the fact that Sean that cannot afford a babysitting as an initial first 6 months in order to be able to gather some money? So I just hope that the ask, and I know, Mr. Mayor, that on the workforce piece and ARP, there's a lot of attention being put on, but I just hope that we're spending our money on issues that really can impact the workforce. And simply writing a check to nonprofits and hoping for the best, done that, seen the result, and based on the numbers that I'm seeing, it also brings up even more additional questions.
I understand.
So, thank you so much. And
Okay.
again, I appreciate the staff report.
Okay. Councilmember Vang, Harris, and then Geta again, then let's wrap this up, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to keep it short. I just want to take this moment to thank Valley Vision and just Christina Pullen just for all your great work. I think we all know, I think all of our colleagues and what we've heard over and over again, how the pandemic has really put a spotlight on all the inequities in our labor market, right? That immigrant workers, our most vulnerable communities are both likely to be in the essential workforce, but they're also in sectors that are hardest hit by the pandemic. And oftentimes it's also earning low wages with very few benefits or career advancement opportunities. And so really appreciate us having a really a focus on the importance of making sure that we invest in workforce development. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation next week of ways in which we're going to be spending the American Rescue Plan dollars. And great to hear, Mayor, that workforce development is going to be part of your plan. I'm looking forward to hearing what your plan is in terms of the budget. I think it would piggyback off of Councilmember Shauna Lowley a little bit about goals. I think having benchmarks are really key, right? As we move forward. And I just also want to add that I do support Councilmember Guerra's direction on having the city manager really work with our staff to develop a finance plan. But in addition to that, I think having goals and benchmarks on how many job placements for those dollars is incredibly important. So I definitely hear Councilmember Lololi's concern around that. And I think all of us want to make sure that all of our dollars is spent in a way that's efficient and we get the most impact and good solid outcomes. I will share with Councilmember Shauna Lowley that I do disagree regarding the nonprofit. I mean, I would say many of our nonprofits are actually doing the hard work that some employers won't do. And that's actually the training piece, right? Because they understand the lived struggles of many of our young people. So I'll give an example of a nonprofit, Center for Land-Based Learning, that works with young folks, folks of color, young students to actually train them in terms of building the next generation of farmers in ag. There are key organizations like Green Tech, for example, that's really providing support and training. And so I want to make sure that we also center organization that has been doing this work. And if we are looking at the outcome, I think we also have to understand why is it that outcome. It may not be because of the nonprofit, but might be the social conditions and the lack of resources that they have. And so I want to be able to mention that as well. But I definitely agree on the benchmarks. I think we owe it to our voters and to our community to make sure that those dollars are being used in the best way possible. I also, Councilmember Lololi, I appreciate you bringing up the point around which employers are around the table, right? And I think you just highlighted that a lot of these are nonprofit and unions, which is great, but it should also include private, which is, I think that's fair. So let's make sure that we also include some of our private, companies in that space as well. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Christina, for your great work and Valley Vision. And again, I support Councilmember Guerra's direction on this matter to have the city manager draft up the finance plan around workforce development. But I want to make sure that we have some benchmarks. I think hearing from Councilmember Lololi regarding that, I hear his concern on that. I want to make sure that's included in the finance plan as well. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Harris, and then Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously training people to gain employment that would put them in a condition to be able to afford market rate housing, to be able to support their families is crucial to the city. What we know about our financial condition right now is that the construction sector is understaffed and hiring. I think that we need more focus in this program because I don't think the return on investment has been strident enough. I think we need to target our goals first and foremost. Clearly, it's important to put people in a condition to meet their basic needs for transportation, literacy, all of these kind of things to be eligible for the workforce. But if we're really focusing on getting people into higher wage jobs, we need to play to the sectors that are immediately hiring. Look, we know right now that our restaurants, our tremendous restaurants in the city are crying for workers. There are jobs in abundance. Now, those aren't necessarily high-paying jobs, but they are definitely starting points. They can, in a short period of time, pay a living wage. If we're going to spend $17.5 million on workforce training, I would like to see higher numbers of people employed, and especially in the sectors that can provide for them for a lifetime of opportunity. I'm a big believer in the construction sector because that's where I've spent my entire working life. We have pre-apprenticeship programs like Northern California construction training that get people prepared to get into good union programs that will set them up for life. And, I guess the bottom line is, Christina, I appreciate all the work. I appreciate the groundwork that you've laid. But let's figure out what the prize is. Let's figure out what the goal is. How many people, for $17.5 million, how many people are we going to get employed? How many lives will we affect to the point where they will find a meaningful path in life that will support them and their families? I think we have to do that and then work backwards to understand, how to apply this money. So, I agree with my colleague Sean in this regard that we really need to get a little bit better bang for the buck, I think. The first shot at this and in the middle of the pandemic, you can't expect huge results, but you've learned a lot already. So in the next round, let's make sure that we get a lot of people employed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Mayor. So just a couple of really quick points. First of all, thanks for the presentation. I think it really helps us see kind of what we maybe didn't quite get that we were hoping for. And that's, I think, what you're hearing from council members, which is good. That's a good thing to learn so that in the next go round, maybe we hit those goals a little bit more square on. I really, though, want what Councilmember Valenzuela said not to be lost here, because it seems clear to me, and I think this was echoed in almost every person's comments, that the workers weren't centered in this. And, we, like, for example, the hotline that's not in place now that was like a space where people could call and get the benefits they need and that kind of thing. And I think we kind of need to figure out our role here too, right? So which things are we good at? Which partners really hit the high marks and which ones maybe left something to be desired for us? So that's my 2 cents on the presentation. And then this is a bigger issue, a broader issue. I don't think we should be directing staff to do anything yet with this ARP money. First of all, Mayor needs a chance to come out with his letter. We can't do this. We can't take a meeting on like women and children and domestic violence and then take another meeting on workforce development. And then, because we're all going to say that those things are our priorities when they're in front of us, because they're all very important. This workforce development is very important, but you can't take it in a vacuum and then, have council meetings that are about homelessness and then say that's a priority too. It puts our staff in an absolute bind that every time we say, hey, city manager, come back with a plan for this. Hey, city manager, come back with a plan for that. We have to allow him to come back after getting a letter from the mayor and then all of us chiming in and then ask him to bring us back some plan. We can't do like one-offs. I mean, we can, but our staff those are not going to be good or complete reports. And it's going to put them all in a very difficult position to try to manage every priority that this council has before we as a group vote on what our priorities actually are for those funds. And so I guess I'm here to say after 11 years on this council, you really need to let the mayor submit his letter first and then everyone chime in, right? Have a meeting to talk about it and then direct staff. But otherwise, you're wasting staff's time with every priority that's going to come before this council. That's way too difficult.
I would happily take a motion on the mayor's letter tonight if everybody would.
Mayor, can I just get some clarity from?
Go ahead.
Can I just get some clarity on
Yeah.
Councilmember Ashby's comment? I just want some clarity from Councilmember Guerra. My understanding, the reason why I second that direction, it wasn't based on the ARP dollar. It was actually based on coming up with the finance plan so that, you know, as we're engaging in conversation about the types of funding that as a council, we're ready that we have a plan ready to go. So we know, could we use some of the ARP dollars? Are there federal state funding? So I just want to get clarity on that because it's not just the ARP dollar. It's actually an overall reaching finance plan because what I'm hearing from this council is that we are all committed in investing in workforce development. But if we are committed, that also means we need to make sure we have a finance plan. So that's what I heard. And if Councilmember Guerra can just provide clarity on that, I want to make sure I heard that correctly.
You are correct on that, and that was my my last point, Mr. Mayor. That we have to look at all of the different options, and this is giving our staff direction to say, look at what other federal state dollars are coming in this. Because if we don't do that, what we'll do, and what happens many times, is you have agencies that chase grant proposals simultaneously rather than having a strategy on an issue. So, but you're correct, Councilmember Vang, in that case. And then the only last point I'll make, Councilmember Lowe, you are correct. The need to be able to get folks in those construction programs, but the big challenge also is the pre-apprenticeship programs. Many of the folks can't get into those apprenticeship programs because there's a gap, and some of these programs here we're filling those gaps. We do need to have accountability, and I completely agree with that. And so one of those things that I completely want to make sure that our staff come back with are metrics and ways to make sure that we achieve that. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great discussion. More discussions to be had.
Yeah, it's all good. I see how all this can fit together. Look at the city staff has actually laid out a goal for us, at least for the year, which is $17 million. It's not just the city staff, it's the community, because this work is based upon all the stakeholders in the collaboration. Okay, the ARP letter is coming out. I appreciate, Mayor Pro Tem, what you're saying. I think it's helpful to everybody to have the mayor put out an idea, right? Now, ARP may not get us all the way to the goal that the community's laid out in the category. So then that leaves open Councilmember Guetta's request, right? Which is that we all work together and the city team, especially that's dedicated to this subject matter, as well as our finance folks. We try to figure out from what other sources we're going to be able to make up the difference. And if we get to 17 with ARP being a significant piece of it, then we will have been as nimble and as creative as we can be. Because remember, we're going to need to fund a lot of other categories as well in the plan. So this will all work. I promise you. Thank you. Thank you all. Very good. That concludes.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have two members of the public that would like to make comments on this item.
On this item, I apologize. Go right ahead. Yes, please.
The first one is a phone number, last four digits, 4366. Again, 4366. Phone number with last digits 4366. Please unmute.
Hello, yes, this is Lambert Davis of To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes. I wanted to.
Please continue.
Hello?
Please continue, sir.
Okay. What I wanted to comment, first of all, I wanted to say to the mayor, you're on the right side of history again, Mayor, regarding this issue. And the other thing is, I heard cultural competency training. Who is that for? The staff or the people that'll be part of the program? Because That's been the problem at City Hall. I mean, when I see this word cultural competency training, what culture are you trying to be competent at? Now, in terms of Mr. Laloli, I heard him say something very outstanding again, and I wanted to thank him because he talked about being a numbers man or numbers person and a small business advocate. Well, that's what To the Band Back is. And we have great numbers. You can't make a cheesecake with a computer. You need people. And we can hire some wonderful people out of Del Paso Heights. But I really want to emphasize cultural competency training. That if the city staff needs to be paid for that training, then they should be replaced. Because when I went to a job, they didn't give us cultural competency training. We either had to get the job done or not. And me personally, I'm tired of hearing about the staff has to work so hard. They're being paid to work. And now they get to work from home. I think everybody should be like Minty. They should have to come back to the chamber. I see the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is back in there. So, and I'd like to also say thank you to Mr. Laloli. He did return a call, but you have to follow
Thank
up.
you for your
follow
comments.
through.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
You're on the right side of history, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Maria Elena.
Yes, good evening. I'm calling on behalf of Padres Organized Community tonight. And first of all, we wanted to say that on the surface, it looks great addressing the issues of transportation and childcare, as those are two very big barriers to employment. Yes, low-wage workers are in high demand at the moment, but let's not forget that both the government and the private sectors are notorious for using temporary low-wage employment to boost employment numbers. We think that you should continue to seek out partnerships with other community organizations that were listed in the report. The 10 million that went to the current ones have not had a great history in having outreach in all communities with high unemployment rates. We really would like to marry the two ideas that Council members Valenzuela and Mr. Laloli brought to the table with regards to employers and community partnerships. Apprenticeships actually can be better suited through the community colleges because they do have some of those partnerships already in place. And other than that, we would just like to compliment the city on trying to do this work. We would like to encourage the city to continue to work with other community partners and not the nonprofits that have a history of getting a lot of funding and not giving a lot of results. Again, we appreciate everybody's efforts and time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more commenters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Valenzuela, did you have another comment on this item?
I did. I had a quick question. I'm sorry, Mayor. I should have asked it when I brought it up earlier. For the city manager, because I had asked about the Center for Workers' Rights. They had asked for some gap financing that would have been under the threshold for him to authorize, and he said he was going to look into that. I wasn't sure, just to keep the call line open for folks who were still calling.
It's in my letter.
Oh yeah, so it's there. I don't because I know
It's in
the
my
city
letter.
manager said it was going to go, and then I didn't hear
No.
anything. So
So
it's going to be covered next week as part of the ARP discussion.
and the city manager's threshold is cumulative, so it may have been beyond that as well.
okay, cool. And then I just wanted to confirm that it would be cool for the Central Labor Council to present as part of that discussion as well with you, Mayor.
I just think we want to, I'm up certainly Fabrizio and the Labor Council is always welcome at the council. I just think we want to figure out how we structure the exact agenda, but we'll make sure that they have a full opportunity to speak, okay?
Great, thank you.
All right. Very good. Members, I want to move right to the city manager's report here. This is the first report on the implementation strategy for the comprehensive master plan. And I think we're going to do this regularly. Howard and his team, I know, have worked very, very hard over the last week and even before the last week to really take that resolution we passed unanimously last week and act with the urgency that it calls for. And so tonight we'll hear some thoughts, some balancing considerations here in terms of how we want to proceed, because I think the manager wants some feedback here. So go ahead, Howard.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to provide a brief update on the approval of the comprehensive siting plan from last week. As you mentioned, the staff have been working on the resolution that was passed. They've taken a look at all the sites that were approved, and what you'll hear briefly after my comments is a brief presentation on phase one of the implementation. We've carved it up into three phases, really. One is, as I mentioned last week, are those sites that are controlled by the city wholly. And then the next phase would be those sites that require state and federal regulatory approvals. And then the third phase would be those private sites. So I'm going to have Ryan Moore go through that first phase. We're going to talk about the sites and potential implementation schedules. There is some feedback I would like, but I'd like to have Ryan go first. Bridget Dean will also follow up on some of the other strategies that were approved as part of the master siting plan and those efforts, and then like to get some feedback from the council. So Ryan, you want to tee up your slides?
Sure.
Can you
see that all right?
Yep.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ryan Moore. I'm your Public Works Director. So as Howard said, I'm going to go through just the first cut at the implementation strategy for the siting plan. And as Howard said, this really focuses on that sort of first tier sites that we either own or can easily get control of. So how we approached this was really at the mayor's suggestion to get together and basically an EOC model, if you want to look at it that way. We had staff from Department of Public Works, Community Development, SHRA, of course, Department of Community Response, and also Fire. Sit down and spend a lot of time reading the siting plan and then going through these site by site to kind of look for opportunities. And we were looking both for the project delivery requirements and challenges that we would need to address, but also focusing on near-term strategies for near-term wins. How could we begin to allow the siting plan jump right into the implementation phase? So I'm going to share a slide. It's a little bit busy, so bear with me here. Okay, so what we have here are the 6 sites that we think are probably the highest probability for near-term implementation, and I'll just kind of go through them. The first one is actually a site that's owned by RD1000, the flood control agency. It's on Rosin Court in District 3. And while we don't own it, RD1000 has expressed some interest in getting into a lease with us to allow us to use it. Now we're showing here a relatively long-term period, something like 90 days at the minimum to get site control. RD1000 has a number of things they're contending with. Number one, currently they have a lease with the Army Corps of Engineers for staging a construction site there. So we need to work through that issue. They also have some issues with some materials they typically store there. And also we would need to leave access for them to continue to access the levee for maintenance purposes. But once we work through that in something like a 90+ day period, it could be longer than that. We feel like we could open a site in 2 weeks or less. And this is one that the siting plan identifies as a good opportunity for safe parking. So what we're kind of saying is we'd open it almost as soon as we had control of it. And from there, if in the line that you see indicating additional design and site work, once the site is up and operating, could be for other things that we need to add, but we don't want those things to be impediments to early launch. Things like electrical power, accessibility, things like that. So over on the far right, we've noted that the capacity that we think the site could hold in terms of people. And then the siting plan notes the increment of time through which people would cycle through. So if it's once every 6 months, as in this case, it would be 240 guests served annually, roughly. So the next one, the Eleanor Yard, this is in District 2. This is a site that the city owns outright. So it's one that we are looking to go as quickly as possible. We show 90 days here for implementation. There's some things that go along with that. This one would be an implementation of a sleeping cabin arrangement of some kind. So there are some things we need to look at. We'd probably want to look to procurement of a design and/or contractor for implementation support. We'd want to look at accessibility, provision of power, because sleeping cabins are required to provide power mainly for climate control as well as lighting. But the ultimate goal would be to get a building permit and launch those and actually have guests in them within 90 days. So again, we're looking at a scenario where after 90 days, after that early launch, there may be other things we'd want to do to the site, but we've looked at this one pretty carefully, and we're very confident we could get at least 26 cabins on site, which I think is almost double what the siting plan had indicated. So this is one we're prepared to go to work on almost immediately. The next one, the Colfax yard, also a city-owned yard. This one used to be a city fleet maintenance facility, and we have a land use covenant on it due to some toxics in the soil there. Currently, it's not available for any residential use, only commercial or retail. So we would need to engage the state water board to look at what a cleanup operation would look like there. And for sleeping cabins, which we're showing here, we think it's a minimum of 6 months work to get the water board on board with some kind of cleanup and mitigation activity and get folks deployed out there. There may be other options in terms of trailers or safe parking, because if you're not sitting on a foundation, if you're on wheels, the water board may be more open to some kind of launch. Site another one in District 2 at Dixie Ann and Lexington. This is a site that's actually owned by RASA, and there's actually already a tiny home pre-development project that's going on out there. And so this is one that's being led by Daniel Foster, who I don't think could be here tonight, but the project's in the early phases. Estimate is for 16 to 20 manufactured homes that would serve between 80 and 90 people. It's a project home key application, and the implementation plan would be to get it up and running by 2022, sometime in the spring or summer. This one's a little different than the last ones we've talked about, and this is much more permanent. It will look like an affordable housing development. These are not cabins, they're not temporary, they have underground utilities, they each have their own plumbing. So that's why the longer lead time on that. The next wood, the Larchwood site in District 3. This is one where we already have an applicant who's working with Joshua's House to provide a hospice service for the unhoused population. It's currently in the design phase. The applicant has put together a bunch of work. They've done some outstanding work to bring together a lot of pro bono contractors that can get a lot of the site work, the asphalt, the concrete done for free. They have already purchased, paid for the modular building units that will go in place on this site. They are just due to everything else right now in the world, it's a little difficult to get a hold of it. It's not likely those will be on site until probably the spring of 2022. Staff from Public Works and CVD are meeting with them in a week and a half, though, to talk about an expedited permitting plan review process. So when those cabins come to Sacramento, they can get their operations going almost immediately. So the last one on our list of near-term sites was in the siting plan is the North 5th site. This is a shelter we have, and I think Bridget is online. She was going to talk a little bit about plans for implementation on this one.
So this is Bridget Dean. The North 5th shelter is actually already up and operational. We currently have 100 beds available, for lack of a better word, at this location. This is a city contract that we have with Shelter Inc. And we have met with that team, and that could be doubled to 200 beds fairly quickly with a 4 to 6 week window once the supplemental contract is signed and approved by council. So the additional 100 beds there could be a very quick win for us in District 3. The other thing I'm just going to mention as a reminder to our council members that we do have our motel voucher program. And currently we have 420 rooms that we are using with that program. And we have had additional interest since the presentation last week, Mayor, on your plan for additional hotels who would like to also engage with us further. So I just want to remind council that's another option we still have out there to create more space for individuals quickly.
Thanks, Bridget. Also, stay on the line there, Bridget. These, the first two, with the exception of the first one, because we have some lease issues there, the Eleanor Yard, Colfax Yard, and some of these others, there's an opportunity as we're ramping up to open up the ultimate solution on these sites to do safe ground, safe parking. That's really what feedback staff is needing is, what does that look like to the council? Whether it's we hold off on doing anything similar to the current safe grounds that we have, or do we go ahead and use it as safe parking for now as a way to relocate some folks that are in their vehicles, sleeping in their vehicles. Bridget, you want to talk a little bit about what that might look like?
Yeah, so I think, a lot of the initial discussions that we've had and what we've heard from our unhoused community members is for many of them, it's the stabilization and safe space that they are looking for. And I think as we are building up to the many sites and projects that you approved last week, that it's important to remember that we could use some of these locations beyond these for that, for lack of a better word, quick win, but more importantly, quick stabilization, no barrier space for individuals to get the services they need to work with our county partners and start getting mental health and substance use disorder services into them quickly. And not a long-term solution by any means, nor should it be, but it could be the way that we get individuals stabilized for those safe sleeping cabins and other tools and tiny home projects that we will be bringing on board eventually with this plan. So again, just a reminder that a lot of our unhoused community is looking for the safe space that we could initially be using to get individuals off the streets and into services as we are building up these sites for long-term capacity and housing options.
Thanks, Bridget. Hey, do you also have an update? And I'm not going to put you on the spot here. I know that we've been working with SHRA to try and quantify some of the scattered site locations along with the recently announced District 1 motel conversion. I know that we're under purchase and sale agreement. I don't know if Lachelle or anybody on SHRA is on the line. Maybe they can provide just a brief update on that as well.
Yes, in terms of an update on the motel conversions under Project Home Key. So yes, we are working actively to bring together projects so that at the time that the NOFA actually drops, we will have everything in place and be ready to make an application to them. We do anticipate that there will be 3 rounds of Home Key funding that the state is going to provide, and we are really gearing up to at least get 2 applications in for motel conversions. Obviously, one is the State Bridge, and then we are still currently working on another couple of opportunities that we might be able to bring forward. With that, we're looking at anywhere from 300 to 400 units in this first round.
Perfect. We're not going to go into the phase 2 and phase 3 sites at this point. We're going to focus on these locations and see how quickly we can bring them online. So Mayor, I don't know if you have anything to add or have some questions of our team. Is he still on?
Mayor, you're on mute.
Oh.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
I think it would be helpful in terms of completing this part of the presentation is also just to discuss briefly the RT and the Caltrans sites, because those are priority 1 as well, but we don't have site control, complete site control at this point. So if you might just have your team speak to those, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ryan, you might want to, I don't know, you don't have a slide for it obviously, but these are the sites along the freeway here with Caltrans, and then the RT sites that still need to be approved. Along with those sites, maybe you can speak a little bit more about the agencies that we have to work with and that we are engaged with in order to get site control, Ryan.
Sure. So these sites, obviously, they're Caltrans sites, but they're also on the interstate highway system. So there's jurisdiction both from Caltrans and from the Federal Highway Administration. In terms of what would deployment look like, it would look a lot like what you see here for the Eleanor Yard, an early design phase to launch some sleeping cabins. WX is nice in the sense that there's already electricity there. Access is relatively easy. The lots are generally paved and flat, so accessibility is not expected to be a big problem. The added piece that we have there's a couple added pieces. One, we need to resolve how we would deal with the parking agreements that we have with customers downtown. We also then, once we develop a plan that's more or less ready to implement, we put that in front of Caltrans and they do a review to make sure it comports with their needs, their safety protocols. They pass that on to FHWA. They've indicated they think that can be done in something like 2 months in this case, which is substantially less than what we saw with the WX Navigation Center. There's lots of national reasons for that. But they've been a great partner and they've expressed an interest in working with us on that. The RT sites are probably similar, except that the acronyms are different. Instead of the FHWA, you're talking about FTA, the Federal Transit Authority. And instead of Caltrans, the state authorities, the California Public Utilities Commission, and of course the RT board. So once approval of those is done, safe parking could be put out on the Florin, the Watt, and the Franklin RT sites. Those are actually probably a quicker timeline than what we're seeing here for the Eleanor Yard, because those are just safe parking is currently the plan. So those a little bit easier in terms of providing the cabins and the lighting and things like that.
Well, and similarly with the Eleanor Yard.
Howard, do you want me to, I can add a little bit on RT if people want.
Oh,
Yeah,
that'd be perfect. Thank you, Jay.
Go ahead, Jay, please.
Yeah, so we had a good discussion at the RT board. Council members Valenzuela and Harris were there. I think Mr. Jennings wasn't able to make it. The board had a couple concerns that we will have to deal with. One is that they very much want to see some additional outreach at the sites that we're planning on using. Number two is that they want to do one first as kind of a pilot to see how it goes and make sure it's working. So Mr. Jennings and I have talked about Florin and Franklin, and probably Franklin would be the first. So we need to get a little bit of outreach there going on fairly soon, and Mr. Jennings can, I think, speak to that. And then come back to the board for a final okay, which I believe would be within 2 months from where we are today. I do believe from listening to people's comments that we have the vote to move forward on that, but it will have to be a decision by the board.
Right. Okay. So you're saying 2 to 3 months? Is that,
Well, my hope is, I was talking to Henry today, we hope to get it back before the board in 2 months. So that would be doing some outreach and a little bit more planning. And I know our staff is working with RT staff closely on this. And I would ask Howard, from your folks or whoever's working on it, if there are challenges, please feel free to bring me into that.
Absolutely. Thank you. We could use the help.
So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Harris in a moment. But I want to frame the question. If you could put the slide back up, please, Ryan, that you had the timeline for the first 5 sites, please.
Yeah, and as you're doing that, Mayor, remember that we should be completing WX within the week or so. So I don't know if Lachelle has an update on that, but supposedly it was going to be done August 20th. And we've had good discussions with Volunteers of America to begin doing outreach as we speak.
WX is the major big sprung shelter that we've been working on for some time, and that counts as one of our new projects, and it's going to be up and running within hopefully a couple of weeks. All right. I just, here's where we need feedback here from the council, just to frame this. The red here, which is design site prep, what Mr. Moore, Director Moore, and the city manager is really asking us is whether or not we want organized tent encampments or additional car camps or RV camps pending the time it is going to take, which is about 90 days or a little bit more, to actually create some form of cabin communities. I know we use different terms here, but some form of modular housing. Do we want to provide temporary relief? Because what Bridget Dean has said to all of us, I believe, is that, and we all know it, that the desperate need is to get people in an organized congregate setting so we can begin helping them. At the same time, even though we're not talking about ULI necessarily as a brand, last week, we were all very impressed, rightfully so, with the idea that safe ground could be and should be, frankly, people living under dignified roofs, not in individual REI tents. And so what they're telling us is that we can get to what we want within 3 to 4 to 5 months, at least with these first sites. But then what do we do in these first 3 to 4 to 5 months at these sites? Do we fill the space where we can actually provide some good, even if it isn't what we ultimately want? That's the feedback that I believe the city staff needs here.
And I think there's two flavors of that, Mr. Mayor. One is the safe parking, which is probably easier to mobilize, and then the individual tent and cabins that you mentioned.
Okay, very good. So let's go. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a little bit to say about this. I hope you don't get impatient. First, I absolutely agree with staff that we need to stabilize people as quickly as possible to alleviate the pressure on the streets and start cleaning up our city. The best and easiest way to do that is car camping and tent camping while we move forward with site control. Site control is not a joke. It's a problematic. And in fact, you can see that 3 of the projects here in District 3, that has a lot to do with the fact that I chose sites based upon site control and being able to energize them quickly. I agree with you about the impatience of needing to move forward. And I also agree with you that using a hard-sided type of structure brings more dignity than tents or car camping. But the fact of the matter is, we do have an urgent problem here. And for all of the sites, site control is a problem. For instance, Roseville Road is a very key site. We have to energize that as soon as possible. We have to work with RT. We have to get FTA approval. We've got some issues on the RT board that Jay alluded to. In the meantime, we must act with post haste. Look, there are a lot of housing products. There's Aries housing, there's micropads, there's our pallet shelters. All of these things are great things to work for when we have site control. But, the fact of the matter is, if we can energize 100 beds at North 5th, let's do it yesterday. As soon as, let's just turn Bridget loose and make it happen. Roslyn Court, working with the Army Corps, I can tell you as chair of SAFECA that the Army Corps may or may not have use for that site. And I think that we should pursue that conversation very heavily with the Army Corps as to whether or not they need that site. I've worked with RD 1000. They seem to be willing to comply with us. Yes, they have to have some access, but we need to do this relatively quickly. So I'm excited that staff has realized that these are good projects that can happen quickly. As far as Larchwood and the end of life care facility for Joshua's house, Ryan, I would say to you that yes, the housing is ordered. It will be here before the turn of the year. We need to move very quickly with the approvals process and the permitting process to make this happen, because that site is ready to go. We've got Homemade ready to do the on-site improvements. there's no reason to dog that one down. It could happen before the end of the year and not after the end of the year. Some of the groundwork has already been laid here. So let's get going on this stuff. I realize that interim housing or interim camping or interim car camping is not our ultimate goal, but it is an absolutely essential first step as we work to get site control, because that can and will take a fair amount of time in various areas. You can't get away from the fact that at Colfax that we have to deal with the State Water Quality Control Board. You just can't circumvent that piece. And every site has a couple of issues, but on sites where we have control, I would say my direction to staff is move full steam ahead on stabilizing as many people as we can, as quickly as we can. And then we just keep pushing hard to get a hard-sided product and as many as we can aligned on other sites that are amenable to that kind of use. So, that's pretty much what I want to say. We really need our staff to understand the urgency of the problem. I believe they do, and this is a heavy lift for them. Ryan, I appreciate this slide. I think it's realistic, and I think it's honest. But, we have a need that was yesterday, and we all know that. Let's stabilize as many people as quickly as we can, please. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, council member, who's next? Laloe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ryan, thank you so much for this presentation and this graph, and same thing to Mr. City Manager. I'm a little bit concerned from what I'm seeing on this chart. The sites that we brought to the table on behalf of District 2 were meant to be built as communities. The Eleanor Yard is surrounded by mobile homes and things in that nature. So to just open up that yard and say, well, we just make it into a camp, I don't think I can support that. And that goes the same thing with Colfax Yard. The idea was to create a community, to make individuals have something that's sustainable, maybe a longer term. But the way we have it on this graph right now, this is not what I proposed, and unfortunately, this is not something that I can remotely support at this time. The RT stations, the Roseville RT station, it's a great safe parking, and we can roll that out as soon as these agencies approve. But these other sites, no, and I'm a little bit disappointed that my office was not even engaged about Eleanor or Colfax. So no, I don't think Eleanor Yard can be something just put together as a temporary site. That's not what I told the community, and that's not what the community agreed on. So unfortunately, Eleanor and Colfax, we need to spend more time, and it needs something more permanent than just a camping ground or a safe park. Thank you.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say ditto to my colleague, Councilmember Harris's comments on if a site works to open quickly, let's do it. I hear Councilmember Laloe saying that there were agreements and understandings with the community, and definitely want to try to honor that as much as we can. But if there's a site that we can do now that we feel like is ready, let's go. I also want to say, with regard to the timeline, and also again echoing Councilmember Laloe, I think I would love to be a little bit more engaged in this process. So like you mentioned, 2 months for Caltrans WX tiny homes, which is another one of the priority sites we all voted on under the freeway, and working on parking agreements. And I just want to make sure we're not duplicating, because we're starting those conversations now and having conversations with the Antiques Fair about where they might, how this might work for them and different stakeholders. So I think that would be really helpful for us to know, even if you're not working on them right now, sort of what your trajectory is long-term for our sites, so that we can start planning and helping out with the community outreach and some of the design conversations, so that when you are ready as a team to pivot towards a site, we can be as ready as we can with ideas and outreach and stuff to get that going. And so that's one thing I really wanted to throw out there. Another thing I want out there, it's a little outside of the presentation and the question at hand, so apologize for that. There was some email traffic this week, though, a little bit about how we were going to prioritize city resources for implementing this plan. And I just want to say how much I appreciate how quickly the city manager and Public Works and Community Development and DCR have pivoted to try to figure out how to do this. But I do want to reiterate something I said at the council meeting when we voted on the comprehensive plan, which is that I really don't want to see the alternative to 911 response team get diverted away from what they're doing. That is really important work. And I think with $100 million on the table, we shouldn't have to pull from that team of a small team of people who are trying to get that program up and going. And so I do want to make sure that we preserve that as sort of a separate function of DCR as Bridget's team is pivoting to implement this plan, so that work can continue. And so those are sort of my main points that I want to put out there, reiterating a lot of what I said last week, but thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't think this is against anything that's been going on, but one thing I hope we can think about as we are sequencing these sites or prioritizing the sites within the tiers is where we make hopefully the most difference to the community. And we've talked about this that we need to get some wins out of the gate here. And so if the first things we're doing don't work, I think it's going to make everything else much more difficult. So really focusing, even if it's 1 or 2 less sites, that, focusing on what success looks like, as an example, for the WX that I'm working on, what we want to do and what we talk to Volunteers of America is let's clean up the 4 encampments and get those folks in the shelter that are right around the shelter, so that people in the neighborhood could actually see a difference and see the commitments being realized that we've all made. So I just hope that we're also kind of looking both from the inside out to make sure that we get people into shelter so that we can serve them, so that we can hook them up with services, but at the same time looking from the inside or from the outside in, and what does this look like to the community, and where should we go that we can get these wins? If that makes sense, I hope.
Yep. Thank you. It does make sense. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Yeah, Mayor, I may be alone on this one, but I am super uncomfortable with the depth of the conversation without it being agendized, primarily just because I feel like there's a lot of community that would want to have input, but both in favor and maybe with concerns. So I'll just put that out there. I just want to say that.
No, you're right.
And then secondly, this is just a comment, and Councilmember Harris may know more than me, but it's my understanding that Rosin Court is actually obligated through 2021. So just want to make sure before you spend time on it that I think that the folks RD 1000 have said different things maybe. So we need to get clarity on that so you can move it forward before you decide what it's going to be. And then lastly, I just want to thank SHRA I'm really happy to be in the first tier and moving forward with the hotel project quickly too, Mayor. If we can get the state funding, we think that can be up before at the beginning of the year to end of the year, beginning of the year. So that would be great.
Thank you. And I know that the city attorney is a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that this conversation has gotten a little bit broader when it was the city manager's report. And, you know, I'll take responsibility. Howard and I, we will agendize this next time so that we're real careful. But it's important that we, in an agendized way, have this very discussion. I just want to say this, and then we'll conclude it, and we'll take in all we heard tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up also.
I didn't see you, Eric. Sorry, Eric.
No, it's okay.
I apologize.
Early.
Go.
Only, I'll just ask staff, you know, particularly given the admonishment about the agendized item, to follow up with our office. We do have in the priority ones a safe parking location, and the governing body of that entity, a private entity, has already taken action to say that they want to affirmatively use this for safe parking. So if we're talking about priority sites, I also, you know, see a lot of this is all in the north area. We need to have some diversity throughout the city here because, you know, again, that has been an issue here as well. So and we do have neighbors who have been, you know, in a difficult bind where they have people in campers or trailers living in front of other homes, and they want to be sensitive to the fact that there's no place for them to go, but at the same time they have safety concerns in their own streets. So if Ryan, I'm not sure how you guys decided on these locations, but no one reached out to our office. So if we can make sure we connect with our staff on a potential site that can help us move quickly, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowy, one more comment, and then I want to close this out, please. Sean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this very quick. I think when we make an agenda like a schedule like this, I think, and I guess going to Ryan, each council member should be involved heavily with their own district and these sites so we can push these things. And I appreciate the suggestions of other council members coming to the table and helping out. But in this particular case, I think it's best if we all stay in our own lane and let the representative work it out with the city manager and the city staff to make it right. And again, my office was not even contacted about these sites, so hopefully that's going to change. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
No. All good intentions here with everybody. And I'll take the fall always, because I've been pushing Howard to come to the city council and make a manager's report and begin the report and implementation. And I think that what Ryan Moore presented tonight was really clear. It was helpful, and it distilled, I'm just going to make this very broad point. It distilled two compelling objectives that may seem contradictory, but our job going ahead, working with each of you and working with the community, is to make them complementary, not competing. And that is to move with great urgency to help people as quickly as possible. And also to do it right in terms of quality, right in terms of appearance, right in terms of health and safety. Those seem contradictory, but they're not. That's what our work is about, to weave that together and to do it. And I'm hopeful about many things. I'm hopeful about the fact that Bridget Dean said something that I hope did not get lost here, that she's got a couple of other motels that she's ready to procure with the vouchers. Well, that could be a 30-day substitute for something that maybe isn't quite as ready. Lachelle Dozier, I thought, made a very similar comment about their look for motels. And so we're going to focus on the numbers. We're going to focus on doing this in a way does not make the two compelling objectives contradictory but complementary. Okay? So a little rough tonight. Blame me for not agendizing it and demanding from the city manager that he report here tonight. and I think we're all doing okay. All right.
I've got two quick items, Mr. Mayor. First off,
Yeah.
I want to apologize to the city attorney as well, because this went a little bit deeper than I had hoped.
Yep.
On the one issue with Councilmember Lowy, the graphic that you saw earlier really just took the sites that were approved through the siting plan. The feedback that I was looking for and that should have been agendized is, what do we want to do in the interim? And for that, I apologize. We should probably have reached out and said, we're going to consider talking to the full council about an interim use. But the longer term use is consistent with what was approved in the plan. And to Councilmember Guerra about spreading some of these things out throughout the city with all the sites, we're looking at it purely from a readiness perspective. And that's the lens that we look through. And I will agendize this item again so we can have a more thorough conversation about it. So I'll just leave it at that. But I appreciate the feedback that we did get. And again, apologize to the city attorney. It was not my intention to have it go this deep.
Okay. All right. All good. No one got hurt. Thank you. All right. Members, that does conclude the agenda. I want to adjourn tonight. I know other members may have comments in memory of the great Randy Perigary.
Yes.
We lost one of the greatest Sacramentans of all time. Really think about it. Think about the growth of this city. Think about the evolution of this city. Think about who imagined that Sacramento could be the center of food and restaurants and art and culture before it became a real thing here in Sacramento. Who took the risk with his money, with his capital, with his life to make Sacramento the place where he wanted to show what could be done. That was Randy Perigary. And his work spawned the work of so many other great entrepreneurs and restaurateurs. But it also gave us all a vision of what Sacramento could be and is now in fact becoming. And so he died very quickly, as we all know, and tragically, he died of cancer after a very short illness. And our hearts go out to Stacy, his family, and the entire community, especially the business community and the food restaurant community that loved him, for he was beloved. We all want to adjourn in his memory. And I know others may want to comment as well. We do have two members of the public who want to speak on matters on the agenda. We'll conclude with the public, but let's go with any other members want to make comments on that or any other issue.
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to speak. Do you want me to talk about Randy Perigary right
Yeah,
now?
go. Yes, please. Yes, please. Go.
Oh, okay. I just want to say that for me, Randy Perigary was a person who showed constantly with his investment and his integrity what Sacramento could be. When I was young and in high school, Perigary's restaurant was the spot everybody went for homecoming or junior prom or whatever. And part of that is because he spared no expense. And if you go downtown now and you look at his new Sutter Hotel and the Cafe Bernardo on the first floor, they're spectacular. They're buildings you would see in Santa Barbara, but they're right here in Sacramento because of Randy Perigary's vision of what is possible here. And I think for me, two things about him, Mayor. One, I'll think of him every time I'm in the Sutter District because he really defines it. And two, his vision of Sacramento being farm to fork or this culinary, masterpiece was really the original person to start drawing down the Mulvaney's and Spataro and all those guys that make our restaurant scene so spectacular. So it's a huge loss. That's a titan of Sacramento. I will miss him. My heart goes out to his family and his close friends, especially Kitty and Kurt. I know they love him dearly. And I'm really grateful for the friendship that Randy Perigary gave me over my time here.
Thank you so much. Councilman Guerra?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also want to, give my my condolences and thanks to his family for sharing Randy with us. Interestingly enough, I still remember the first time I walked into Perigary's and learned about the Gang of Five and their meetings there. And it seemed to me that almost every time we had a big family situation, Randy was there when we visited his restaurant. The first time, my family and my wife's family met, it was actually at the restaurant after our graduation, and Randy was there to greet people. It was just interesting how he was always very welcoming to everybody. And then shortly after we got married and we went there, Randy was always there, very welcoming and saying hello. And then after I got elected, Randy was there. It seemed to, that every time giving people a warm welcome. And I wanted to just talk to him about as a person, that when you ran into him in the restaurant, he created this welcoming environment, and even in the community. So thank you again to his family for that very tragic loss for our city. Appreciate them. Mr. Mayor, I also have an item here for the city manager as well. And for many of us, we've also seen on the news very tragic images of what's happening in Afghanistan. For some of us that have worked in with many immigrant and refugee and asylee communities, it's hurtful to see what these families are going through right now. I do want to thank your office, Mr. Mayor, also Congresswoman Matsui's office, the folks at the Fuel Network, CARE, for pulling together and starting to create a response here. The good thing, I wanted to remind our colleagues that the city-funded Fuel Network has helped out so many of the Afghan refugees over the last few years that we're preparing for what Sacramento could be home for many. Interestingly, refugees will go where they find a connection, and Houston and Sacramento has been a center point for many of the Afghan refugees. And so my direction to the city manager here is if we could have our Office of Emergency Services coordinate with the Fuel Network. We know that other organizations like also Opening Doors are pulling together, but I think we should have a coordinated effort for our residents that are going to be coming to Sacramento. Some of them are going to be in the unincorporated county, but I think it's important for Sacramento to step up in this need using a network of 39 nonprofits that it has expertise in this. I do also want to throw a shout out to and recognition. Thank you to the neighbors of Tahoe Park. The Tahoe Park Neighborhood Association has been working with Opening Doors to begin to collect supplies and needs. Please reach out to them. They have different specific needs that they need for the incoming refugees. But my direction here, Mr. Mayor and the city manager, is that we coordinate our city efforts and resources so that we're prepared for that, because refugees will choose where they want to go. And again, because of the history in Sacramento, we will likely see more refugees. I think they've already have about 2,000 emergency visas that have applied here. And I know Councilmember Vang has also been involved in this, and we learned a lot, and we should learn a lot from the refugee experience that created the rich network of Little Saigon and Stockton Boulevard. Let's figure out how we do this in a very quick and positive way.
Right on. Exactly. Sacramento values. Thank you. All right, Councilman Harris.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to get back to Randy Perigary for a moment. Randy was a great businessman who really believed in the city and invested a tremendous amount in the city. I think something that people don't know is the subtlety that he cared about Sacramento. For instance, at Bernardo's on Capitol, my dear friend Susan Nickel was a regular patron of his restaurant. And when she met an untimely and very early death due to cancer, he put a plaque up on his wall commemorating the table that she often sat at. Now that's Sacramento, and that was Randy Paragary. And I'm very grateful to him. And like many people, I mourn his loss.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. All right, let's hear from two members of the public, and then we will adjourn in the memory of Randy Paragary.
The first speaker is Mike Barnbaum.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Mike. Good evening.
All right, thank you. Just three quick things. First of all, congratulations to the 2021 NBA Summer League champion, Sacramento Kings, who went 5-0 in Summer League with tonight's 167 win over Boston, and they're bringing a trophy back home from Las Vegas to the capital city here in Sacramento. Secondly, Mayor, I want to thank you this past week for your comments in regards to vaccine mandates. I am a big proponent of that. And I want to take it a step further. And I think that every city resident who is age eligible and does not have a medical condition preventing them to do so needs to get their COVID vaccines and not pose themselves as a danger to themselves or to others in the community. I am looking forward to the developing news about booster shots. I hope it comes true. And if so, I'm hoping to get a booster shot in the fall. Last, to the council members' comments here, closing the meeting. One thing I do want to say in remembering Randy Paragary, Randy was made at Sac State. So in adjournment, in memory of Randy Paragary, a Stingers Up shout out to Randy and for all that he did, making Sacramento a better place to live, work, and do business in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Next caller is phone number, last four digits, 4366. Phone caller, last four digits, 4366. It's your time to speak.
Hello, yes, this is Lambert Davis, and I wanted to send some shouts out to some people, too. I met Mr. Paragary in the food business. He was a wonderful human being. I also wanted to comment on Kathy with SETA. I encountered her as well while working with Mr. Warren, and I'm sure she's familiar with our cheesecakes because she was a big fan of it. She also helped a lot of people in Del Paso Heights get jobs. So you need more people like that at City Hall. Now I'm going to go to the city manager's report tonight. First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor, for insisting that he comes back this week instead of 2 weeks. And what they came back with, conceptual implementation plan, I can see through words like that. And for me to hear Mr. Laloli was not included in the discussion, and he has 3 sites there, that's why you need to contact me, Mr. Laloli. I don't have a hidden agenda. I'm talking about helping people in Del Paso Heights through cheesecakes, and you're a numbers man. So you welcome to what goes on in City Hall. I mean, a man has 3 locations, and he's not included. And by the way, when you have $100 million in the kitty, why is there so much confusion and apologies and all of that? Last week, the excuse was he didn't understand equity and outreach. That's been the problem in Del Paso Heights. Outreach and equity, and that department has a tremendous reputation for being resistant to equity and outreach, and I know that because I study this. Now, I'm telling you, Mayor, you got a bad problem down there, and you're on the right side of history, again, because you forced him to come back, and look what he came back with. Looks like more
Thank you for your
confusion.
comments. Your
I
time is
don't think-
complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, great job, Mr. Laloli.
Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker is Maria Elena.
Good evening. I wanted to comment as well on the city manager's report. I understand that it's a report, but as far as more parking goes, I would like the city to acknowledge that lots of people's homes are impounded regularly, so not everybody has access to RVs or vehicles. So some of those camping tents are going to be necessary for temporary. I would like to echo the last caller with regards to District 2 specifically. And I think that Mr. Laloli has highlighted that well by his continued comments of excluding advocates, community members, and stakeholders from the conversation because he doesn't feel that they are part of the city population. I guess, do we need to start showing up with deeds and whatnot to prove where we live? Finally, 5 months to give people dignity housing. That's beautiful. 5 months will be January. I'd like to remind the city that you launched an art pop-up celebrating the end of the year on the longest night of the year, which is designated to remember those who passed away. And actually, the former member for District 2 had proposed tiny homes when a teacher or a janitor from Grant High died in their car. And again, District 2 has been very resistant to equity and to making opportunity happen. And finally, just, President Biden has that homelessness needs to be addressed. And Ms. Dean, homeless communities are communities. And if you guys worked a little more with them and a little less on policing them, maybe you guys could find a common and safe ground. Thank you and have a pleasant night.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more commenters.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to the members of the public. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the city staff for a long but very important and productive meeting. In memory of Randy Parigary, we are adjourned.